Alright. Alright, we're here. Oh, I should probably, like, actually switch the display. What about noted? I think I saw that and I thought it was stupid. Yeah, I don't like that. Too anime. Replica low. Had a weird end of stream yesterday. I mean, before the boys. I mean, the weird thing is, like, as weird as the boys was, the normal stream itself almost was stranger. How does that happen? Let's do a little bit of this. Because we're going to want the tickets eventually. I don't think that was, like, a real child. I think that was somebody who was pretending to be a child. You know what I mean? I think that was somebody, like, role-playing a child to be annoying. That's my belief. The funny thing is like, you can't prove or disprove the theory, so I guess it doesn't really matter. living rent-free. It's not rent-free. I do charge tax on the plebs. They do pay with ads, I guess. It's gonna get a lot worse, guys. It's gonna get worse on Twitch, I'm telling you right now. Did Jen talk to me? She thought, when she saw the scene, she thought the guy was going into somebody's butt. Which, from a distance, I get that. I mean, why would you look at the screen and assume somebody's walking into somebody's pee-pee? Because that's even more bizarre than walking into somebody's butt. But a trailer showing Sunbreak will be at the showcase? I mean, yeah. I mean, it's going to be that. Hopefully, I mean, all right, as weird as this sounds, I actually want to see Exoprimal stuff. Like, I feel like Sunbreak and all the other stuff is like, that's like a known quantity. But, like, Exoprimal is like an unknown quantity. You don't know what's going to go on there. Enigma, hello, good evening? What are you, in Germany? Didn't they say they're only showing current titles? Oh, as in they may not be showing, like, Dragon's Dogma 2. I think with everything that they've got lined up with Sunbreak, I think they're going to wait for Dragon's Dogma 2 a little bit later. Hopefully we'll see some Pragmata. I don't know. Between the next Monster Hunter after Sunbreak and Dragon's Dogma, I feel like we'd see Dragon's Dogma first. But, I mean, who the hell knows? Nobody knows. Nobody knows anything. That's what they want me to think? I mean, yeah, Summer Game Fest what is it, Friday? Start this Friday? Soon. You know, I'm actually, like, kind of into stuff like the Xbox conference and stuff. There's almost never anything good there, but I always enjoy watching it anyways. Does that make any sense? I'm just interested. Is my controller dying? What was that? Shouldn't be. I charged it all night. Will I be live streaming the Capcom press conference? Of course. I'll be live streaming everything starting this Friday. I mean, we're gonna be streaming it. I mean, even like the dumpy things from even the stuff that you would normally not ever care about from the Summer Game Show. I'll be streaming that. Yeah, no, you guys are gonna get to see that dumpy. Well, I live stream you playing Lost Ark. That would be very meta. Live stream me watching other live streams. I feel like there's got to be like a TOS or something for that. But maybe not. I don't know. What is everything? I mean, Jeff Keighley? Is that his name? I mean, he does the summer game show, right? Familiar with him, like, at all? What about the Asmongold's game convention tomorrow? I'm not aware of that. I have respect for Asmongold, but I don't know what that is. And I will not be streaming it. But I'm happy for Asmongold if he actually has got like some things going on. That's cool for him. We'll go for booster. It's fine. Go for the health. Cool it, guys. Look. He said somebody's hosting a game showcase. I mean, I'm assuming he's just covering like MMOs, which like it's not like I couldn't ever be enticed to play an MMO ever. It's just kind of unlikely, you know. Like on one hand, MMOs have like, you know, lots of consistent content and stuff like that. But on the other hand, they're usually designed in such a way that like moment-to-moment encounters don't have like any real tension in any way. They're just chatting streams, which I'm not saying like, obviously I enjoy just chatting to a certain degree, but I feel like at the same time, like I'd rather be playing the video game. Like I've never played it. I'm assuming Black Desert Online has like almost fast enough content that it might be interesting to watch, but at the same time, like, I don't know, isn't it kind of predatory? Isn't it like very pay to win? Close to pay to win? Yeah, I mean, the Korean MMOs, I mean, it's like skill based and like there's always going to be content, but I just don't know. 110,000 to max an immortal character. Somebody was saying though that like the back half of that, like the last 60,000, is like less than a 1% damage increase. And obviously, it's also, well, not obviously, it's also like per season. So like, who would ever do that? Want the whale money? I mean, yeah, you know. It's interesting to me to think that there's people out there that have literally like millions of dollars of disposable income and choose to use that money on video games. Like, you could do so much with millions of dollars. So much. You know? Even $1 million. But you spend it on a video game. That's so crazy to me. She used that money for a girl in hot tub on Twitch. Brother, $1 million, you could have many girls in several hot tubs. Probably in real life. I mean, yes, tactically, sure. But also, I like this Basil. I like fighting this Basil. I kind of want to wallbang it again. It's got a lot of life, so like percentage health. Yeah, I mean, you could start up a hot dog company. I mean, $1 million. You could set up a lot of things for $1 million. Why is it on an MMO? Or why is it on Diablo? I don't know Why is he blue? He's seething. Okay. Alright, we did it. That was a mistake. Did not mean to hold forward there. Someone spoiled this for you, were mad? This was... I was lucky I did not get spoiled on this or on Black Veil. I mean, and that was with me having, like, whatever, like 24 hours early access. Capcom did a really good job of spoiling most of what was going to be in Iceborne. Sunbreak could be the first monster you won't be spoiled because it'll be launched at the same time for Switch and PC. Yeah, just like turn off your internet for a little bit, right? Oh no, where did my pods go? Didn't I pick some up? Sunbreak is list free. I think it's because they haven't, like, released a demo. Oh, now he's gonna be mad. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Well, you know, at the very least, there's something different about getting, like, just straight up spoiled on something versus being in a stream and experiencing it at the same time as a bunch of other people are experiencing, you know? Like, there's a lot more than just, like, hey, this monster's in the game, you know? At least you get something out of it. As opposed to being on your Twitter timeline or some random thumbnail on the front of YouTube that's like, this monster's in the game. Nice to have a little latency back. We're going to try it for a little bit, see how it goes. You like watching streamer react? React Andy streams? He broke the thing. Or rather, I broke it by pushing his body through it. June is the month of stream experiments. I'm always generally thinking about what I can do to change the stream experience to make it slightly better or different. Watching the dong sing and the boys was peak content. I thought you just said it was too violent for you. Oh, but you like watching me react to it. Alright, well that's fair enough. I was messed up, man. Is seething easier than normal one? I don't think he's much. He's definitely not harder than the normal one. When is episode 2? I don't know if I'm gonna watch the whole thing on Twitch. I am gonna watch it all. Only thing about Seething is he definitely has more life than normal Basil. Like, noticeably more life. This is the best. Oh! No! Summit break confirmed for the Capcom showcase. Did you need a confirmation for that, or? Showcase is Monday, I think. Monday at like 6. Isn't it like 3 p.m. Pacific time? Capcom stuff is not today. Tuesday next week. Tuesday at like around 6. Monday might be in the Microsoft showcase though. Oh. That feels bad. Fortunately, nothing matters in this quest. It's Monday? Having trouble with Bazinga Goose? Never say that again. just never say that again. All right, I'll give one warning. Have a new timeout trigger soon? I'm pretty satisfied with the triggers we have right now. You missed the Dauntless timeouts? We still we got stuff. It's a Capcom NA event. It's almost like shocking they're having an event. Is it to make up for the fact that nobody in NA got anything else? They want to be like, hey guys, we could do something too. Remember us? Capcom NA? I shouldn't laugh. They're the ones I'm going to have to be groveling to soon. For sleep or para weapons on my buddies, I've got poison on mine right now. If I had to choose one between sleep and para, I would choose sleep usually. Depends on the game though. Why is Dauntless allowed now? You missed a historic moment in streaming history. You know, I might put down a shock trap just to try and land all these echo waves. That might be fun. Kaze, hello? Whoa! if Furious Rajang gets added in Sunbreak, you'll eat an entire head of lettuce? I mean, there's a better than 0% chance of him doing it. Of him coming back. He'll certainly have an upgrade in Sunbreak. He's not going to be baby mode. What's the stun value in that final combined impact wave? I have no idea. It'd be cool if you figured it out, though. Presumably, like, it's a lot. I don't know what I thought was going to happen. Do I think Elemental Greatsword will be good in Sunbreak? Probably not. I'm not counting on Elemental Greatsword to beat Raw Greatsword. I would be very... If it happened, it would be the best Monster Hunter game ever released. Keep trying to, like, wallbang him. Maybe it's just, like, not worth it. Elemental will never be good. It's good on some weapons already. What are you doing, dude? Show off a video showing Crit Boost secret. I don't think Rios is going to go out of his way to directly antagonize me. Although if he did call me champ, I would be happy anyways. You think anything besides the current weapons will be go to the element? Current bow seems kind of whatever. I think there'll be enough additional slots in Sunbreak that elemental bow will be the sort of thing like, why not? Right now, I know it's like really close between everything. But any weapon that's borderline good element should be convincingly good element. You went from 3 to 5 points in bow and gained 1 damage per arrow. It was sad. That's because the last 2 points of element only scale your base elemental value, and if that's not high, it's not going to do much. What skill would you add to break up the crit meta? Just change weakness exploit to be additional damage on hit zone rather than a 50% additional crit, and that would do it. That and crit boost is on its own also too powerful. I mean, or you can just make those skills like 3-point skills. Level 3 skills. Oh, I'm like a genius. Monster Hunter 4 had a demo. I guess it probably did in Japan. So smart. Oh, damn it. Maybe they announced the demo on the 13th. It's a pretty good theory. It's a good thing none of this matters. It's a good thing. It's a good thing this is all, like, inconsequential. If there were a Monster Hunter 4 demo, it would have been in Japanese only. So finding information on it would probably be a little difficult. Ask Gaijin? I mean, does it matter? Matter enough to bother Gaijin, I guess. He's always on Twitter. We probably did. Some of the demos are pretty hard, man. They tuned some of the bosses to be pretty difficult. I insist that the Great Macau that you can fight in Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate demo is actually pretty strong. It's only 1 AM in Japan. He's probably still up playing 14. You creeping on Gaijin? You creeping? He married Rurikon? Excuse me? They just, like, got married? That's really sweet. I really like that. No, I know in 14. I mean, Gaijin is single. They could have gotten married. Technically tripled here. What race and class does Gaijin normally play? Triple carded? I'm just goofing around. Don't bully me, man. An aura? Are those the dragon people? Dragon Lady. I got a male aura. My character. Not taking my own challenge seriously. I'm taking it seriously. This is serious. I'm just treating it like a Fatalis quest. How often do they usually give out Fantasia potions? Is that the sort of thing that, like, you just get by just, like, being around for, like, server maintenance, or do you always gotta buy those? I'm being very serious right now. You get one for free after a Realm Reborn. I saw, like, a collage of somebody detailing all of the money that they spent, including all their Fantasia potions in Final Fantasy XIV. It was a lot of money. I'll admit, though, their character looked pretty good. They really had all the very minor details, like, really dialed it. So in that regard, I mean, hey, Hippo Holo. You raided with a guy that Fantasia'd 10 times in 6 days. What are you changing when you're Fantasia'ing that often? Fantasia Potion just lets you change your character. Like, it lets you re-go through the character creator again. Like a character change voucher in Monster Hunter, except like arguably more impactful because like you can change your race, gender, voice. Somebody who plays a werewolf. They change regularly. It's kind of fun, although expensive. Guys are hello. I mean, like we were saying earlier, like some people are legit millionaires, and they're able to engage video games in a slightly different way than most of us would, where they wouldn't even think about dropping $100 a week just to go back and forth and do something fun like that. Will Monster Hunter ever let us play as Wyverians? There is cosmetic DLC that gives you Wyverian ears. The feet would be a bit much, though. VIP 6. VIP 6 was like $400 and totally worth it. I don't know why people want to think like, oh, that's like big money. $400 in Monster Hunter is nothing. I spent that at like a month and a half on Frontier. If only you knew how much I spent on Frontier. You want to hunt monsters as a Kulu with a heavy bow gun? That sounds fun. Bougie streamer? That's nothing compared to some streamers. Oh my god. Kushala. I would like to see... Some streamers don't have an Italian villa. Not a real streamer. Not a real streamer if you don't have a villa. You want a main dancer? You can't do the trial only then. You'd have to actually spend money. Dancers were... They weren't in Heaven's Sword. Heaven's Sword was Red Mage. The one after Heaven's Sword? You may not play 14. Don't you play like gacha games? Isn't like $15 like not even a pull in some games? I don't know about that. Compared to gacha, like MMOs are like a bargain. I feel like I'm getting screwed over. I would really like to get some Teostra tracks. If I can't, then I'm just gonna travel and track a Elder Dragon around, and maybe I'll get one that way. I mean, I think in general, the way to do it is to, like, wait, like, subscribe after, like, after the expansion drops, play it for 1 or 2 months, and then just, like, let it, you know, go fallow for another couple months. Mr. Whaling, I spent $100. I spent $180 on Resident Evil 3 Remake. Think of that. This is probably Kieran. I'll just go here. Maybe I'll get some Teostra investigations from this. Can you put hot dogs in an air fryer? I usually do mine at 350 for 10 minutes. A little bit less if you want them less crispy, a little bit more if you want them like a little bit burnt. You promised your girlfriends you do Savage Ultimates? Excuse me? Pardon? How's it compared to microwave? Far superior. I mean, what are all the different ways to cook hot dogs? Microwave, in a skillet, boiled, air fryer. Air fryer is probably like the most, the easiest. Some people boil them, yeah. Grilled is good. People have microwaves in the hot dog. I mean, they're pre-cooked, so it doesn't matter. I mean, you can technically eat them raw. You could eat them chilled out of the oven if you really wanted, or chilled out of the refrigerator. Some people might just like the texture of a boiled hot dog, for whatever that is. Hot dog ceviche. A little hot dog tartare. I think skilleted hot dogs are fine. It's the last game you actually bought. Evil Dead. It was okay. Can you comment on these hot dogs? No, I don't. I've seen that. I don't want to watch that again. I didn't like it. 14 female player pace is high compared to other MMOs? Maybe. Not Marvel Ultimate Alliance 3. I got the Dauntless review I got to do this month. I got to get that done. Is he just like not going to give me investigations? Have you seen the fizzy glizzy reaching soda out of a hot dog? No. Have I daunted anymore? I daunted the other night. I was going to daunt last night, but I got tired and I started reading manga instead. I mean, it's not even like an investigation farm. When you're playing with the Always Gold Crown monster mod, I mean, small monsters are actually easier than big monsters. Any good booba manga? I don't read booba manga. I read lots of sports manga. If I watch Badland Chugs chug a liter of baked beans. I don't normally watch Badlands videos unless they get inflicted on me by watching a certain streamer. No, I'm not reading Oashi. I don't read a lot of manga. But I try to stay up to date, relatively up to date on the mangas I do follow. And by up to date, I mean like I'll check in on them once. Why is Shed Smug blocked? Up to date on Ippo? No. But that's what I'm reading. The only manga you read was Hajime no Ippo, then it got boring? Fair. Very fair. Kill Auto Mod? I'm kind of enjoying it. Viceroy, hello, good morning. Have I gotten a single investigation? I don't think I have. Why am I doing this? I was hoping to get like a Teostra investigation. I don't think I got a single investigation. I'm pretty sure I didn't get like any. Gossiper, thank you. That's for a full year, thank you. How do I feel about normal versus long? They're about the same. Without the scaling mod, you may as well use long because it's not like the damage matters either way. But if you really are doing a lot of full bursts and you're using the scaling mod, normal's better. No, I did get one Kieran investigation. Whatever. Hunting horn is this? This is the Guild Palace hunting horn. River Pig, hello, good morning. Do I have any recommendations for Insect Glaive after Shara? I mean, technically, you could do your 3-piece TO with 2-piece Raging Bracky after Shara. 1 minute ad break? No! Streamer! We have ads! We've watched ads! I don't want to watch it! I don't want to watch it! Oh, I love it. It makes me laugh so much. I could do Weave 3 Kings and see a Teostra that way eventually. Yeah, we're doing Valhazar. I think I'm just gonna do it. I think we're just gonna do it. The extra ad experiment's over. Yeah, I reduced the ads. We're no longer at 7 minutes of ads an hour. Twitch was live updating the ads I was getting, and it was very curious. Oh, I can get another Sonorous thing here. Oh, we have Fortitude? We got Fire Resistance Plus? Wow. You think I can get through current Rise in a day? The plan for Rise is to beat Magnamalo with arrow only. So, yeah, no, I could do that. I could do that in a day. I could do that in... Should be under 3 hours. Easily. Yeah, arrow only. Arrow this only. As in bow melee only. Yes. No sharpening? That's a shame. That's a shame that you would redeem that and think I would honor it. Could I, though? No. Not with this. Did I see Peppo's video? No. What video? Am I allowed to use the bow counter? I don't think I'm even going to get Dodge Bolt unlocked. I don't think I'm going to need Dodge Bolt. Oh, that's neat. Osius. Thank you. Can't wait for Monster Hunter 6. Me either. I also cannot wait for Monster Hunter 6. Anyone else really looking forward to Monster Hunter 6? See a big wave of Monster Hunter 6s in the chat. Made a video in Bow. He was triggered. People are saying Longsword is broken. I mean, they're both broken. Why does that? Why is it can only one thing be broken versus another? They could both be broken. Watch 17 hours, 90% speedruns on YouTube over the last 2 days. Figured you'd catch the stream. It's a fun stream. I think you'll enjoy it. If you enjoyed the speedruns, thank you. I mean, the only defense I give for, like, longsword over other weapons is technically sometimes you have a little bit of timing that would matter compared to like a sticky or slicing light bowgun. But I mean, that's not saying much. That's really not saying much. I'm not trying to be like a longsword apologist at all. I'm just saying like you still occasionally have to time your special sheath counter. Not hard. It's really not hard. Especially not compared to, like, actually iframing something in that game. I'm avoiding multiplayer because it's sticky. Every time I do SOS and Rise, it's like 1 or 2 people are using sticky light bowgun. Why is that? I hate this. I'm not going to say it's like ruined the online experience, but it's kind of ruined the online experience. Where did he... Where? Oh, there he is. I want SOS, Xbox SOS triple carts instead. I'd prefer that, honestly. Honestly and genuinely, I would prefer triple carding on SOS with random weapons than people just triple carding, stun locking the monster over and over again. I mean, look, I'm not going to blame... I mean, I don't know. What's there to say? It's in the game. People are going to want to use it. The only thing that's, like, really difficult to solo is Safi. I wouldn't, and I don't think many people here would recommend soloing Safi outside of like the recon mission. It's possible, but just really not worth it. Like if you were stuck in like a room and we're like, all right, you've got 1 month. We need you to solo Safi and make its full armor set. You could do it. Yeah, I mean, so for some people, like, you know, they just love longsword. Like, maybe they've been playing it since, like, Monster Hunter Freedom Unite or whatever, and they want to keep using it. Like, I get it. It's a whole weapon class. But, you know, likewise for light bowgun, like, there's other enjoyable ways to play light bowgun that do not involve, like, just locking down the monster the whole time. It's almost like trolling somebody, but by helping them too much. I know that's like a weird concept, but I don't know how else to explain it. Like, hey, can you help get me some water during my race? And like when they stop by for you to get water, like you end up like pulling them into a car and like driving them over the finish line. It's like, hey, I just wanted a little help. I didn't want you to do the whole thing for me. Yeah, it's like a high rank hunter joining like low rank quests and just like completely demolishing the monster. Except it could be done at like rank appropriate at all times, at any time. No, I mean, Longsword feels fun to play. I mean, you know, they did a good job making the weapon like, wow, this is really fun. It is very fun for the power fantasy of being like, I have a longsword, nothing can hurt me. That is 100% accurate. I need to like grovel in the corner. You don't know why I'm going to play this game if all they do is sticky bowgun. They think it's fun. That's it. That's fine. I mean, the normal longsword combo is actually, like, kind of bad from, like, a damage perspective. If you just had the spirit combo, it would not be a very strong weapon. Bazooka, hello. You use sticky for Apex Arzuros because you hate him? Hate is a very strong emotion. Apex Arzuros is the hardest emergency quest? He's definitely very challenging. I don't know if he's harder than, like, Valstrax or Apex and Ogre, though. Have I gotten the mount yet? I mean, Sticky used to be, like, fixed damage. I think the highest it did was, like, 50 True Raw, which is, like, a little bit less than, like, a large barrel bomb. Yeah, bowing Arzuros works out pretty well. Woo! How come people don't hate on aerial dual blades more? I mean, it's just as brain dead, but I guess it's less noticeable and not as broken. I mean, you can still play dual blades in a normal way, and they're still effective. Like, aerial dual blades is a choice to play the weapon in a effective but boring way. but without it being like extremely strong. I hit twice. Can always play Aerial Greatsword in GU. It wasn't even that good though. Dual Blades is fun to watch. It's a different type of troll that I'm not used to seeing. I mean, in terms of aerial weapons in general, I guess Aerial Greatsword is probably not the worst offensive one. What did Aerial Insect Glaive do? It did like a vertical jump. It's kind of interesting, actually. This is cool. It is judgy with GU players using Adept too. Hey, I mean, I've done Adept dual blades with Mega Dash Juice. There's, I don't know, I don't play enough multiplayer GU. I mean, yeah, I mean, if there's Valor or Heavy Bowgun players spamming Pierce 1s, I usually would kick them from the lobby. I would say in general, I'm not that judgy of a person. There's just certain... I don't know. When you have things that are equivalently like cheat codes, it's just like not as fun to play the game. I don't think it's, I mean, I don't think there's a Valor Pierce 1 player in the game that doesn't recognize what they're doing. They know what they're doing. He's gonna go right down that hallway. No, you get the spin to win on aerial dual blades. Adept dual blades. I don't think you lose anything, really. Nambule waiting room? I think we're going to be okay against Nambule. Using Valor Heavy Bowgun, I just don't want to see it. I just don't, you know, if I'm gonna do multiplayer, especially if I'm gonna stream multiplayer, I just don't think, I just think it's like actively not entertaining. I mean, what you want to do on your own time is fine. Like, I don't care. I don't care. I just think it makes it like boring. Think about how much damage Rapid Pierce Light Bowgun did for the viewership on this game. Like the amount of people that showed up just to do Rapid Pierce 1 Narwa farms for like 6 to 7 hours at a time on Twitch. And what that was like for people in the viewership community who's trying to watch entertaining Monster Hunter. Like, it probably, like, I mean, it absolutely got some people to be like, this game sucks to watch. 4-person Discord call Narwa with Rapid Pierce 1 for like 5 to 6 hours. But you want to do it on your own time, that's fine. But like, why are you streaming that content? I mean, I guess if you're very entertaining, if you literally are treating it as a just chatting stream, I guess it would work. It's not even gamer sweat. There's no sweat. There was no challenge. There was no risk at any point. Really? Oh, I guess if you walked into an attack or something. Sweaty because everybody's using their set. When I think of sweaty, I'm thinking like somebody's like actually doing something that requires like a lot of skill and input. How nice to be if you can max out level 2 and level 3 slots, be able to put a 3 speed sharpening jewels into a level 3 deco. I'd be very broken. But I guess it would be nice. It would make it even harder for me to fit my Mushromancer decos in. Perfectly timing shots and rises and skill. I'd be perfectly timing what? What do we perfectly time? Who cares about your Mushromancer set anymore? I just want to have a use for my level 3 slots. Rise doesn't have buffering for shots like World does. It's impossible to prove that. One way or another. Literally nobody will ever know. It is possible. And some people can do it very casually without any outside assistance. Counting is a scam. Bow edges out longsword just slightly on most TA times. Light bowgun and heavy bowgun are even more. Can you get stuck in this thing? I forget if you can get stuck in this. Can you get stuck in this tree? He'll be going to his hole soon. Oh, oops. Who has a better hole, me or Black? I mean, that's a pretty big gate. That's a very wide gate. Where are your ads? You'll get them. Where's my money? Ever think about that? He's paying me in ad views. Just leave the stream running overnight just for him. So he's got to sit in there and watch them all. I've got mega barrel bombs. I guess I'll use one. Getting kind of lazy. You're poor? Yeah, you could be. It could be a lot worse. Could owe $10. Poor man shouldn't make bets. You certainly shouldn't bet money you don't have. That's not good. Can't even comprehend it, Beast Sponge.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Pay me. Ugh. Sprinkle all that cheddar over my chest and
Now this, I can already feel this hunting horn starting to fall behind a little bit in the damage. It really needs, like, crit and, like, raw. $10 here equals 15 tomatoes. I don't understand. Is that like a good deal on tomatoes? I don't normally think of things in the context of tomatoes. How does that? What? You said suspend you for a week? I don't want to suspend you. I want you watching the ads and then giving me $5. That's what I want. It's not about suspension. Dollars for tomatoes? I mean, I am aware that you can exchange money for goods and services. Oh! Teostra's here. Perfect. Would you even consider a tomato good? If it was a good tomato. Most American tomatoes are awful. You think since there's no Master Rank Rampage that Lao or Shen Garan is coming back to Sunbreak? M2, how many Lao Shan Lungs have you killed in your life? Alternate Alpha, hello. I feel like I gotta have this conversation once a week. How many have you killed? How many Lao Heavenlies have you carved in your life? I'm not gatekeeping here. You killed a lot? And you want them back? Who hurt you? Why are you like this? Tomatoes are native to America. What tomatoes do you think are good? Most tomatoes that I eat are watery and flavorless. You killed 2 Laos with your boyfriend and friend last night? Well, you're playing GU, so it's different. It was the first giant monster, and I hope it never comes back. It's just not a good fight, man. It's not good. It's not a good fight. Shengao Ren borders on a good fight. Because you at least have to use your brain a little bit. But even then, like, can you imagine, like, Shengao Ren with, like, longsword or whatever? Or slicing bowgun? Like, it wouldn't even be a challenge. It would just be dumb. Yamatsukami? I mean, he's cool. He could be a good fight. I'm assuming they would change the fight. Why not hope that they bring back another monster that's just, like, good from the beginning? Like, just a good monster. That's also good. They're not going to get mad, are you? Don't get mad. Don't get mad. I don't know why that's name calling level 4. Is it because of the word dummy? Didn't say. I don't have like this long-standing nostalgia for old monsters necessarily. If they bring them back and they're so, like, better, all right, cool, I guess, but I'm not like, oh, god damn it, I really need Kutku back. I can't wait to see a Kutku and what they do with him. I'd much rather see a completely new monster. You want Kutku back? No, you don't. Don't lie. You liar. Kutku and give him a shotgun? Give him like a weapon platform. Isn't Garuga Kutku plus? Yeah, I mean, I'd be okay with Garuga. He's like an actual fight. Pekko, alright, Pekko's alright. I'll give you Pekko. Am I brushing Tio? Yeah, I'm trying to get like a Teostra investigation if I can. Pekka would be good. He would actually get a monster to enter the zone and maybe stick around for a while. The game doesn't have Tigrex, you get angry? Is that your problem with Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate? As long as you don't bounce off of Pekko's claws. If he plays his little stamina song or his defense song, you'll bounce. I'll make you bounce. Yeah, I mean, Tigrex is already in the game. I mean, Tigrex has been around for... Well, he was there for base Rise, and he was there for Iceborne, so... Make us bounce. Not in that way. Portable Third really does have a better monster set list. Like, granted, it doesn't have Legiacris, but I mean, I take Zenogre over Legiacris. Which is so weird why, like, people really want Legiacris back. Like, Zenogre's just better. Ever take Tigers from the roster? 3 ultimate. I mean, the Legicris weapons and some of the Legicris armor does look good. I mean, I'll give you that. I will. Have him be a trade material. Just trade for his parts. It's fine. Laggy is long Kezu. I've never thought about it like that. There's some truth there. The trading thing opens up a lot of things. I think the issue is that with the new skill system, it's really difficult to like add new pieces of armor without them feeling like they're useless. Because people, I mean, armor is the same thing almost as weapons now, with layered as just being like stat pieces. Think the final monster from 3U and 4U will ever come back? For 3U, no. 4U, maybe. 3U, no. I'm trying to hug him. He's supposed to drop something. Alright, I'm going to say we're good. What do I need to upgrade this weapon? Why do I want investigations? Because I want to make his armor. Is Dyer that bad? He's similar to a Crimson Fatalis, but worse. I mean, it looks kind of neat. Do I need those coins? Playing up to Char or Fatalis. I'm planning to go up to Fatalis. Hunting for the better drop chance. Yeah. Yeah, that's the plan. It's not like the water suddenly makes him like, wow! Best fight ever! Hey, we got one. Alright. Well, am I doing a Latreon with Hunting Horn? I'm doing a Latreon and Fatalis with Hunting Horn. Did you hear that, Chaos? Good ears. They say bless you, Jen. Fatalis with Hunting Horn is scary. Let me tenderize his Grundle and then Echo Note it for the majority of the fight, I think. Why are we doing this again? Why are we doing this again? Wait, I let Chet interact with Chen? Don't keep her in a cage. She's usually at work. She's home today. It's her winter. Her summer. It's the idea of the ideal endgame in a Monster Hunter. I think 4U did all the right things. I think 4U did a good job. That sort of stuff is good. I have faith that Rise could be even better. I think they've spent a lot of time thinking about it. You think he'll hit that rock? Don't hit me, don't hit me, don't hit me. I mean, Hunting Horn's not even that good at getting KOs, though. In general. Gonna Raging Bracky armor? I don't think I'm gonna go for Raging Bracky. Discuss ad revenue findings yet? I have not. It has not been reported from Twitch yet. My thing was like, it looked like they updated the system so that it was live updating ad revenue, and it didn't. So that's why I kind of ended the stream early, because it seemed like it wasn't doing it. So I didn't need any more waterboarding on people. Get him out? I'm not gonna get him out down here. Like to see me do Bracky? I mean, Bracky should be okay. But I care more about his weapon than I do his armor. And I'm already... I think I'm going to be making Guild Pals. I don't know. I mean, we could go out of our way to make Raging Bracky. I think I've got a Bracky Pallium. I don't know. Hyper Monsters were kind of ass tier. They weren't very fun to fight. I liked the concept of them, but they still weren't fun. I think I already have 2 Celestial tickets, so maybe it wouldn't be a problem. Oh, you can Celestial ticket Immortal Reactors, right? Now that you mention it. Maybe it won't matter. Maybe I could just do that. Baby game. And give me a Celestial Tickle? Excuse me? Hyper Monsters were monsters with high HP and attack power, and they had higher stagger resistance. That was the most annoying part of it. If they had more HP and attack, it would have been fine, but the fact that, like, it was almost impossible to get a flinch or a stagger felt really bad. Just made it not fun to play against them. Do you have to find the first one before you build them? I don't think so. Why do they need to stagger? I mean, if you're not using Valor or Adept, it would be nice. Hold on. There's like shinies I should probably be picking up. Hyper moves at different timings, right. That was kind of like the more interesting thing about them. The issue with that is like, okay, how do we make a monster's moveset different and more diverse than their normal moveset? But like, I think the thing is when you're talking about like playing Monster Hunter, they should have enough moves that you should have to take enough time to learn how to actually like iframe each individual thing anyways. Once you start like really varying up the timings and everything so much, it feels less like you're playing a game where mastery matters, and you're more like you're playing a game where it's like you just need to use broken things to get out of the way. And that's why Absolute Evasion and Absolute Readiness were used so often. It gets harder and harder to start evading things normally. I could do like a ride here, I guess. I mean, exactly. Just like without flinching. I mean, again, like, you know, you can go too far in the other direction. Monster Hunter World base game, like, things were just flinching like crazy. It was the exact opposite. Like, it's not an easy thing to get the balance of. I'm not saying it's easy for them to do. I mean, it takes a lot of time and practice and testing and stuff. I think flinches should be more universal, should be spot specific mechanic like hitting a weak spot. I think it can be varied depending on like the monster, you know. I mean, getting a trip because you hit the legs is kind of nice because like you had to build that up from bad hit zones. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think oops all topples in Sunbreak is maybe a bit much. I don't know. I don't think walking on the sun. I don't think every game has to be like Diablo 3 with like nearly infinite Paragon points, right? Video games don't need to be an MMO. I mean, it's okay for there to be a point like I've completed everything and I've done everything. I think there's certainly an amount of time that should be spent getting to that point, but not everything needs to be designed like a live service forever game. Imagine if Monster Hunter Prestige system. I've been an advocate for that in sense of like getting titles and things like that. I think that would actually be kind of interesting. Rise would have definitely benefited from something like that because people were just done. You're still grinding for Sunbreak? What are you grinding for? Prestige once you get the digital camo skin? Exactly. Most Monster Hunter games are fine. Rise is the only one where it's like, rather than releasing lots of interesting content with good equipment to get new fights throughout the lifespan, we got a bunch of stickers with a couple interesting emergency quests with no unique drops. But like Rise is way, way, way, way more the exception. Most games are not like that. And even going back to Freedom Unite, they're not like that. I mean, World, you know, spoiled us, for sure. World, for sure, mega spoiled us into thinking that, like, it was almost going to be like a quasi-live service game with, like, a big title update every, you know, 1 to 2 to 3 months. Just blame COVID? You can blame COVID. COVID's fair. It's just all the people that want like live service Monster Hunter. You didn't play live. You didn't play Live Service Frontier. I'm not saying Frontier's a bad game. I'm just saying, you know, for people that complain about value in their game, how much are you willing to pay? How much? What's the cost you're willing to pay? VIP 6? I mean, some of us have the money that are willing to do it and recognize that, like, this is not a good thing. Probably cheaper than Diablo Immortal, for sure, but... Oop, I should have just stayed down. Yeah, I got schmelted. Schmelted. How many gourmet vouchers do I have? 5? I'll use one. Are you in a triple cart delete pledge? No. I only have a couple days left. I don't have enough time to run Monster Hunter World back. And we will likely triple cart to Fatalis. But we only carted once to Teostra. We did cart 3 times to Basil, but I wasn't even looking at the screen half the time, so... Like, granted, like, presumably the Capcom of 2022 is maybe less money grubbing than the Capcom of, like, 2012? Those guys were up to some garbage, man. Having to buy the DLC to get the ending to Asura's Wrath? That's messed up, bro. So maybe it wouldn't be bad. But I'm still, like, very skeptical. That being said, you know, they've taken all their MMO staff off. They're either working on Snoopy mobile games, or presumably they're going to be working on something. Street Fighter X Tekken? I never played it. I would need you to tell me what they did in it, if it was bad. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm dead. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Right now I'm a little nervous. Now I'm a little bit nervous. He's already dropping pods, so, like, I'm not, like, scared. It's not true you have to pay for new hairstyle in Rise. Yeah, but at least you got the full game base experience for free. I'm not scared. We're okay. We're gonna be okay. Did Tornado AI leave during the watch party? I timed them out for 20 hours, 24 hours as soon as I started the watch party. So they'll be back around, I don't know, like 5 or so. Do you think there's any reason to add weapons at this point? I think the switch skill system is fine. We don't need, like, new weapon classes, really. I mean, they're welcome to watch. They just can't type anything. I don't think it was an... I think it was... It's creepy because I have reason to believe it was an adult pretending to be a child. Which is just, like, creepy for, like, a number of reasons. You know what I mean? That's just creepy. If I had to add a weapon, what would it be like? I think it'd be interesting to see a weapon that, kind of like more like an advanced insect glaive, encouraged, like, close range and short range combat, like a boomerang. Not like a cat boomerang, like a hunter-sized boomerang. There's pod number 2? That's either number 2 or number 3. Can you see Magnet Spike be reworked like that? Have you ever played Magnet Spike? I'm not saying I have, but have you? Is that a weapon that to you in any way seems like it could be redeemed through a rework? Yeah, there's some concept art of a boomerang weapon. Anything is possible? I mean, I don't know. If Monster Hunter 6 opens up with like a trailer of Ruka Diora, maybe. Is he just gonna sit there and growl? Like, what are you doing? Make Lightbug and Sticky Bomb to spite me? I mean, I don't care what you do with your time. I'm gonna have a bad time, and that'll show the streamer. I don't care what you do. Do whatever the hell you want. Oh, Void Assist. I don't know if I've seen you since Stream Elements started timing everyone out, but apparently that was like a system-wide failure of the people running Stream Elements. Isn't that insane? It was like timing out whole like chat rooms. It was crazy. Can't trust third-party software? I mean, for what it's worth, I mean, if Twitch had all the built-in tools that Stream Elements did, there would be no reason to use it. I'm pretty sure there was a move on the Magnet Spike Toad that, like, base iframes were 30 out of 30 seconds. I want my Magnet Spike! And if you think Longsword was broken. Oh, we've got one more wallbang in us. I think there is a reality where they do make Tonfas an actual weapon. Like a Monster Hunter World 2. I could see it. Instead of them adding just one new weapon type. It's just like, you don't want to get to the point where like they've bloated all these weapon trees and like they don't have the resources to make good looking weapons. I mean, that's what happened in the world. A chakram? Yeah, that's kind of like what my concept would be. not delete an unpopular weapon like Horn? That's kind of dirty of you to say. Why won't you die? I deal like no damage. I feel like I do like negative damage. Triple card inbound. I'm alive. Not dead yet. Was 20 out of 30 mean? 20 out of 30 days? Days of what? The challenge? Hi. Oh, what does Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate the World mean? Oh, I could probably remove that part of the title. Thank you. Days? Do you understand what a day is as a like measurement of time? Let's start with that. Let's start there, and then I'll expand as necessary. So far, so good. Okay, good. All right, so the challenge is to do all the credits in 30 days. The credits of the game. We're going to beat the games. We're going to play the games till the credits. In Monster Hunter World, we're going a little bit farther. We're going to go to Fatalis. What is a credit? It's the names. You're kind of dumb. That's okay. I'm kind of dumb too. I've got a very particular skill set. Oh, we got a large Elder Dragon gem. That's very lucky. And a tail. Do we need that? We might need that. I need that for something. Dream? Not dream. Expert slider's pretty nice. I don't know about that, but we should be able to make one piece of Teostra armor. Hopefully something with like weakness exploit. The fire resist is going to be helpful. Honestly. Is there like a heavy... Can I meld heavy artillery? So much for the one hunt being able to make everything argument. I'm pretty damn close, though. Hold on. You can't even say that. I hunted Kutku for like 5 hours in Dose. And I didn't get the one item I needed. This is like in a completely different level. This is like a completely different reality. Yeah, I still don't have any heavy artillery. The reality of needing another hunt. We are going to need another hunt at some point. I'm just not sure if I'm going to do it right now. Time for SOS. We did one SOS to get the ticket for this weapon, and that felt pretty nice. I'm gonna be real with you right now. That felt pretty good. I don't know that Raging Bracky's gonna be worse. It'll be about the same, I think. I guess there's always these. SOS will die to the Nova? Do you think so? Really? Maybe. I think there's something about, like... Oh, okay, it did drop pure dragon blood. Is that like a Namiel claw there? What is that? Whatever. Did that hunt really take a half hour? I don't think it did. It's Coral Highlands. We're just gonna fight Namiel. I'm just gonna beat Shara. Because I think after Shara I can start melding decos. Alternatively, I could be farming Greatest Jagras. Oh, I think we have to be like HR 50 for that. What a mess. I just have like no attack skills other than attack 7. And like I feel it. Like I feel it in the damage that I deal. It is like palpable. Does this say no crit lit run? Not by choice. 100% not by choice. What's up, buddy? Get ready to run attack 7 on everything in Sunbreak. Very likely, yeah. There should be room for attack 7 in Sunbreak, and there'll be no good reason not to. That's upsetting. Which hunting horn? Right now we're on the Guild Palace hunting horn. I don't know. Maybe I will just do Raging Bracky. Maybe I'll, like, cave. We can make it, like, basically immediately, right? The only issue is I don't have any, like, anti-blast echoes. I mean, attack 7's already good value in Monster Hunter Rise, like non-Sunbreak. It's just we don't have the room for it. On certain weapons, I do run attack 7. You only need anti-blast if I have skill issues. So what if I do? So what if I do have skill issues? Okay, hold on. Let's take a look at Teostra here. Let's say I wanted that. That. Oh, wait, no, that's wrong. That. That. Man, that gives me 2 points of blast attack for free? Damn. That's messed up. I think would fit well. There's really no other... Is there any good crit boost pieces here? Not really. I guess maybe the clockwork legs could work. I think we will do Raging Bracky. I'm just going to have all that extra blast attack. It's just going to feel weird not using it. Doesn't have a guy eating soap. Run Coalescence with one anti-blast. If I get the talisman for it, I would. 1 minute ad break. Going underwater. We're already mid-ad. We're already in an ad. I can't run another one. I would, though. We just had an ad. I mean, it's running. Fire Cannon, thank you. He was supposed to pay for that himself. My early high rank in 4U village, and considering bow, what skills do I go for? I mean, thank you, but I mean, super. He could always gift a sub. Focus is probably the most important skill for bow prior to Monster Hunter World, because it helps you with stamina management. And then it also increases your damage because you could charge up faster. Chaotic neutral. That is a chaotic neutral thing to do. That should be enough. Chaotic affluent? He doesn't have a lot of couches. Allegedly. Chaotic chili cheese tater tot. New Sunbreak things being revealed at the Capcom event next Monday. Should be fun. One for free that you get a U-Haul for. Is it comfortable, though? Is it comfy to sit on? I think that's just like a non-statement statement. That's just saying... There's a Capcom event, so they will reveal new things. I mean, it'd be kind of weird if it was just a mashup of all the stuff we already knew. Think about it. You need a new gaming chair? Just get an office chair. What if there's only Dragon's Dogma at the event? Some people would be happy. Exo Primal is the new Dino Crisis type game. Is that 13-second long video, Timus? It's going to be 35 minutes, so there's plenty of time for them to show plenty of things. You remember Dino Crisis on PS1? Do you also remember Dino Crisis 2 on the PlayStation 1? New reveals. They're going to reveal the entire game. They're going to show everything. Let there be no secrets left. You already missed the podcast streams. I'm sorry. Should I just, like, run the Moneymaker podcast streams on overnight? Just leave it going while showing speedruns and podcasts? Yes? You guys are sick. You know that? Sick. Makes it hard to tell when I'm actually streaming. I mean, when I actually stream is rarely different. It's around this time. You'll never do that because it hurts my average viewership. If I ran the Moneymaker, it might actually come close. What is wrong with me? This is like the worst wire bugging I've ever done in my life. Wire bug. You know what I mean. What are those things called? Wedge beetles. Ugh! Am I having fun though? I love playing Monster Hunter. This is a cool cutscene. This cutscene doesn't make any sense. You roll up on an ambulance and then it throws up on you. And then you get knocked down to the bottom of the mountain. The Master of the Torrent has appeared? Capcom promoting piracy? That's your title, Dean? I'll share my High Dive account with you if you want. I don't know if... I gotta check to see if there's profiles on High Dive. I'm not sure if I want our anime interests being conflated with each other. That would be worrisome. I don't want your recommended? I know, I don't. I definitely don't. I forget, like I said, I forget if there are profiles in that. There are in HBO Max and Netflix. Some things don't have it, though. Paramount Plus has it, I think. Why does everybody hate Paramount Plus? Outside of having, like, a shameful adaptation of Halo, like, they're mostly harmless. The only reason I have access to it is because my father-in-law wants access to Italian soccer matches. And they happen to have some agreement where they have Italian soccer matches. So it works out great for him. And me, in a way, because, like, I would never spend money on any of that. Really. I love the way the Namiel weapons look. What are you talking about? Is he a Levantes fan? I have no idea what you're talking about. What does that mean? You're a fan of my Levantes. Are mods bannable in Rise? I haven't been banned, but I haven't used anything like too bad. Gonna be Italian soon? That's right. Get my ass kicked. It's an Italian soccer club. He likes all of the Sicilian teams. I mean, I don't know. I say that, but like I genuinely don't know who he cares about. He just watches it. I mean, I never see him, like, getting real excited or anything for anything. He's just, like, most of the time I'm there, if there's an Italian soccer match on, he's watching it. Yeah, no, they're making a new Beavis and Butthead movie. And maybe it's already out. I don't know. I just watched the original Beavis and Butthead movie like 6 months ago on like Crackle. The poverty streaming service where they just waterboard you with ads if you want to watch stuff. There's only one, right? The America one, right? It was really funny. I liked watching it. It holds up relatively well. Oh yeah, no, being able to see, you know, early versions of Hank Hill are also really fun. Holds up, Boomer. Got a problem. No, no, no, no, no, no. Damn it. Move. Thank you. I just feel like I don't do any damage. Like, I feel like I'm just tickling the monster. Already getting washed? Maybe it would be more enjoyable with Gun Lance. I don't know. I mean, we'll kill it eventually. It's like so little damage. I need to get on there. I need to get on that head. Right. Slightly better. I just cry every time I look at a wall bang and it's like as much damage as like one of my full combos. Sometimes more. I would enjoy it. I would enjoy it if it had elemental topples for sure. At least the poison does some damage. Woo. I'm actually really low on stamina. I should probably play the stamina up song, I think. It might actually like help. Yeah, it's it's bad. But hold on. There we go. Now this is a proper C-list streamer stamina. This is Tyler 1 level now. God damn it. I want to get to the head because I want to tenderize it again. Oh, does Diablo Immortal have like a stamina? Like you can only hunt or do so many dungeons before you run out of stamina system? That actually makes a lot of sense for the type of monetization they've probably been doing in that game. Please land? What are you doing? There's no stamina in the game? That's good. I mean, I think everything else is bad, but that, at least, individual aspect is good. It's a cool counter. Can we not use the word rectal ravagement, please? That's not necessary. She's naked. I don't really know what this state is. Dried. I have a cool hammer. It does look pretty cool. It's got dragons on it. Any rectal ravagers a chat? wow, real damage. That's like bat chest level damage. Epic damage, bro. Pretty nice. The arms actually take slightly better damage, I think. Should actually come down here. Yeah. Is that 2 poisons? It's actually not bad. I'm getting very distracted over here. Oh. Guys, I did show Jen the shed thrust post office reveal, and she did laugh. She laughed and said that you guys have too much time. She's like, they have too much time on their hands. She's not wrong, but... I'd like to get a mount before she decides to, like, drink water. Not making this easy. Definitely not for you level. Mounting. I would've gotten like 5 mounts. No! Oh, so much for that. That's 8 wall bangs. There's gonna be another one very soon. break the talons yet. I'm not really that concerned about getting the talons. There's the mount, boys! So hard to mount the guy. You get some pretty diminishing returns after your first mount. Yeah, and we got a KO out of it anyways, so it's almost like none of that even matters. It's just a fight where they're like, hey, you know you've got a clutch claw, right? You've been using your clutch claw? Let's remind you to use a clutch claw. That's what I think of when I think of this fight. Is that another poison? He's gotten like 3 or 4 poisons. Whatever that's worth. A monkey with laser beams would outdamage me for the last 10 minutes. It would be very close. Okay, we're up to pods dropping. What's going on? Guys, I don't have my headphones on. What was that? Why did I not die? What just happened? I'm very confused. It was the ult, but it got stuck on the roof? What? Thunder status effect makes you more likely to get stunned. Did I clip through the wall and like not get hit by her ult? I'm gaming. I don't think it actually increases your thunder damage, does it? Does your thunder resist go down with Thunderblight? I don't think so. And paralysis is technically different than like a stun. Although they're sometimes referred to the same thing. Which is very confusing. But paralysis is definitely not stun. Stun is sometimes paralysis. So I was staggered through the air, and then she did her ult very quickly, and so as a result, I didn't get hit by it. That's really funny. That's weird. Stun resist is pretty nice in Iceborne for sure. That worked out okay. I just hate how it feels like I have to do like so many wall bangs. Just to get through the life. How long has this been? We are at 25 minutes. Are we limping through the quest? Did we cart yet? We might have carted once. Good afternoon, Fuzzy Pyre. Having a better day today? You seemed a little cranky yesterday. What's wrong? What's wrong in what way? Where's my damage? I just don't have any crit. I just have, like, no crit. So, like, I'm doing, like, 40% less damage than I could be doing. Good. Got back from the dentist. Well, a good visit to the dentist, I guess, is okay. I seem sad? I'm sad because I'm missing $5. I'm $5 away from getting to my savings goal for the month. If only I had an additional $5, my day would be made. I'd be so much happier. Just did 1,000 damage. You're poor? I mean, so it's like... I mean, if you think about it, like, marginally, like, what's the difference between, like, $5 and $0? You may as well just pay up. It's not like you're gonna be any less poor. It's like, it's such a dick thing to say. I saw people all the time going, I'm not saying you go negative, but I'm seeing people at like negative money. Here's 1 cent. See if Viaple's on her way. She doesn't even owe anything. And she had 1 cent. All I know is that me and my friends, whenever we'd loan each other money or owe each other money for any reason, we'd always say, don't make me come looking for it. That was always, like, the addendum. Keep a backlog of debts? I used to work in lending. Of course I did. Or do. Don't make me come looking for it. Oh, Jesus. This hunting... I need something. I need, like, blast. You live in Miami? There's a lot of rich people in Miami. Gotta be somebody. Is there somebody with, like, a Tesla's car you could wax? $10. Honestly, I have done a strategy before shop where I ended up grinding up, like, full stacks of large barrel bombs and had Bombardier. Yeah, if you just won your bet, you wouldn't owe anything. Is waxing the Tesla a euphemism? $10 is $10. I see there's Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak news June 13th. It's a whole 35 minutes of Capcom news. Conveyor belt anist. have terrible quality panels. Waxing them would be like putting hair product on a bald head. I mean, you gotta if you're fully bald, you gotta like moisturize it, right? Shave it, moisturize it, sunscreen it. What is Manscaped sponsor? We almost had one over the winter, but they ended up not placing a bid with the agency. Just bees with heroic level behemoths. Sounds fun. Actually, fairly close to getting this. So what is that? What is that? What is that key? That's from doing some arena? Do we know like what arena? I know we're saying like king coins, but like what specifically? Is it an event? Or is it like just like the normal arena? I'd have to look it up. Is it an ogre? I'd have to actually find his ogre and capture him. That's annoying. I don't really want to do that. Do I want to do that? I don't want to do that. Kind of want to meld... yeah, I want to meld a Farcaster. I don't think we can do Ragey Bracky yet. Where this pot's sunk into the floor? Because maybe they're too heavy for the wood. Or maybe because they need to be big, but the melder's tiny. And so she wants them to be closer to like her height. I do not have damage. I do not have damage. Exactly like a pool deck. They're not clipping through the floor. There's a hole in the floor. You gonna play with chat if there's a demo? I'll probably go back and forth between solo and multiplayer, yeah. Did I like dinosaurs as a kid? I guess I like... Yeah, I guess I like dinosaurs. I mean, like, a lot. I didn't have, like, dinosaurs, like, hanging up around my room. But, I mean, what kid doesn't like dinosaurs? Arena Quest 6 and 7. Maybe I gotta go up Master Rank. All the challenges give them? Really? Like even these ones? I would love to do the Anjanath and Fulgur Anjanath one, if that worked. Challenge Quest 1 and 2. So either of these, huh? I remember the Toby one being pretty easy. How's the stream? It's pretty good. Maybe after I beat Shara, I'll have somebody who wants to jump in. We'll do some of the expert ones. And then we can take this hunting horn up to the point where we can kill full Garanjanoth, or Raging Bracky. How's the Dodogama line? Bets on what? Bets on Shara? There's no reason to bet on Shara. Favorite Microman doing in this game is urethra. Gross! What is wrong with you? What is wrong with Twitch? What's wrong with everyone? You know, the Pookie hunting horn's actually pretty badass. That's a lot of poison. I think my favorite carrot line from last night was him referencing streamers as parasocial parasites, which kind of really rolls off the tongue. I mean they are. It's not like it's not wrong. It's not, point to the part that's wrong. Sounds like a band name? It should be. If it isn't, it should be. This is fine. I mean, could I switch out medicine for something? Probably. Wouldn't chat be the parasocial parasites? I mean, it depends on what you think people are going for. I mean, if people are going for entertainment, yes. If you're assuming that streamers are all existing to suck value out of their viewership, then you'd look at it the other way. It could go either way. For sure it could. For sure. I'm your parasocial parasite trying to steal your money. I'm the, a 5.5 foot long tapeworm existing in your large intestines, sucking away your nutrients. At least I'll help you lose weight. Got that going. Tapeworms have been a theme in my vernacular since 2001. I've been on the the parasite train for a while now, I guess. How about I get a pair of these nuts? Very good. Damn it. Where do I find Dragon Toadstool? What game? I mean, in general, you could always find it in the volcano, usually, but depending on the game, you can find it earlier. 4? You could probably find it in the Primal Forest. Or the Tundra first. 1 week till Sunbreak demo? Was it Monday or Tuesday? I'm not doing Quintemple Norb suck right now. Solo Palico game Capcom made, Poki Poki Aru Village. It was technically made by From Software. It would be nice to see more crossover stuff, Zravius. We got some really weird crossovers in World. Some of them were okay, but like GU did have a lot of fun crossover stuff. Didn't it have like the One Piece Insect Glaive? Like the Namiel staff? Or Nami staff? I guess she's not Namiel, she's Nami. When did Iceborne demo come out? There were 2 of them. They were timed demos. If you look up E3 2019, it was like the Friday after E3 2019 was the first demo. And then like 2 or 3 weeks later, there was a demo with Velkhana. But I didn't want to play that one because I didn't want to spoil myself on Velkhana. Summer 2019, there was an E3 that had the Iceborne demo. If we're talking about Iceborne, for PAX West had the original Monster Hunter World demo in 2017. That's it. What PAX would have you been at? You would have been at PAX West, maybe. Possibly. Didn't I eat? Yes. Yes, the minus incident happened at E3 2019. Get a roadmap for Sunbreak if no demo. I think we're going to wait for the game actually to release before they start talking about what's in or not in the game. Def showing the first update. I mean, they might. They show Devil Joe before the first Monster Hunter World released. I guess I won't say impossible. Here he is. I'm sure we'll get Devil Joe, if not on Sunbreak launch, then Sunbreak title update. It'd be so weird. I feel like Devil Joe is enjoyed in the community more than Kaku was, and people love Kaku. Oh, damn it. I guess we're just gonna do this. I mean, there's really not much more of an explanation as to why they set up the bounty in that way. Like, people, unless like the idea is like, oh, we all had such a fun time watching The Boys Season 3, Episode 1. Oh, all the people that couldn't watch and stick around. Oh, you missed out on such a good time. I just don't... I don't think... I wouldn't want to think that that was the strategy behind it, because that's a very awkward strategy. I get the sense it would have probably been a little bit too violent for you, Amatsu. I don't know. Are you into sicko violent TV shows or sicko perverted shows? You don't have to answer that. What about perverted, sicko, sexual and violent at the same time? Almost worse than Game of Thrones. In some ways worse than Game of Thrones. I sure am. Boy, am I ever. There's things they say don't make a show good. I mean, some people will watch stuff for the shock value. I mean, there's definitely shows about it. Would you think about watching Invincible? I think I've seen that. There was a bounty for the watch party, yeah. I wouldn't normally do it otherwise. There was actually a lot more people stuck around than I thought, though. Season 1 Game of Thrones and Season 2 Game of Thrones, I think, was a little extreme. Beyond that, though, I agree. They went baby. They got soft. Especially the farther and farther they went away from George's source material. The boys just what if a Superman is bad? Kind of. I would argue the TV show explores a little bit more than that, but at the same, and it also has like fun with the premise. It's probably like the best thing on Amazon Prime where you actually feel like you're watching a show worth watching. The only other thing on there that I watched and kind of enjoyed, they had a documentary on the Lululemon company, a multi-level marketing scheme company. They were like one of the really big ones that like actually kind of like faced some very minor punishment, unlike, you know, Amway and stuff like that, which haven't. If you're not into Game of Thrones immediately in Season 1, River Pig, you're probably not going to get into it, so don't feel bad. It's just... Invincible is probably like a better actual exploration of that sort of source material. The Boys is just about like violence and weird superhero sex stuff. But I mean, it's every once in a while it's pretty good. I don't necessarily agree with that, Fog. I mean, they definitely screwed up the latter half of Game of Thrones. There's no arguing that. I mean, they hacked it up real bad. But I think there's still a lot of good stuff to watch there. Did I watch Brightburn? I don't even know what that is. I don't know what it is. Is it a movie? Is it a TV show? Yeah, we can only hope that someday the Game of Thrones books are actually completed. Superman Horror Story? I don't know what it is. I mean, I think he just is like almost, I don't want to use the word pouting. I'm not going to claim to know anything about George and how he feels and what he wants. But I feel like he's at the point where he's got enough money that he doesn't ever have to worry about anything ever again. And he feels so much pressure to write the series that, like, he doesn't feel like he could ever actually do it justice. So he just, like, doesn't. That's my feeling on it. Yeah, some authors, they find the act of writing to be like a very rewarding, almost like relaxing act. Like Stephen King, I mean, that guy's a machine. I mean, he writes, I think he says that he writes like 10 or 15 pages a day, like basically every single day. Yeah, there's this weird thing where, like, you know, George R.R. Martin did a lot to shock some people in his writing because he was, like, a little bit more daring in, like, who he let live and who he let die. And, you know, this idea of, like, oh, we gotta subvert your expectations. This thing's gonna happen that you wouldn't think would happen. What was the last good Stephen King book, though? He's got enough good stuff that exists that he could never write another good book again, and it would probably be fine. How's his head not busted yet? He regrows his horns. He regrows everything. Oh, his big horns he doesn't regrow, but the spikes he regrows. Stephen King does have horns. This is true. Is that supposed to seem way quicker than Namiel? I mean, he's like a baby in Gigante. You don't get real carves from this quest. You only get like bones and blood. Stephen King's son also writes? Is he any good? You guys are about to see one of my favorite cutscenes of all time. I love this cutscene. I love it so much. I love, like, you're saying, like, I'm gonna be a hero. And then you like falling your ass all the way down to the bottom. I do need Elder Dragon bones. I also need Elder Dragon blood. Hopefully we get some from the rewards. Why is she telling me to take a break? I'm the one that did all the work. You miss Bro Cal? Pray that he gets internet someday. I'm sure he would be back. Do the Char rap from that animation. I have no idea what the Char rap is. How bad is Pro Cow's internet? Sometimes non-existent. Sometimes he doesn't have it. Buy him Optimum? I'd get myself Optimum first. I don't want to sound like an asshole. What about me? What about my needs? This is it. This is the best part. I love it. You and your girlfriend are stuck on it? No. I'm not going to claim to be the world's best Char hunter, but I will clear it. And you can use that. You could use that in your own knowledge. You jump, and like it's not even like a controlled jump. It's just like I love it. It's my favorite cutscene in the entire game. I don't even notice the cat. Does the cat go flying? That's funny. I like Rakshara. Maybe yellow. You failed Char until you tried it without SOS? It's throwing a little bit of shade. Little shade. How many monsters are like Char that have a second phase? Huh. Like in such a dramatic fashion? Gore is like a little bit like that. A little bit. Oop. Nikarchos, I guess, kind of cycles. Sort of. Kulve had at least 2. I only mean Gore in that, like, he pops his horns out. Everything gets kind of wild with Gore. Isn't there a Gore fight where he evolves in a Shigaru? You're probably thinking of Chaotic Gore, Magala. That's funny. Chaotic is hard, man. Chaotic is a hard fight. Fatalis is a hard fight? Fatalis is a hard fight. I'd give somebody that. Who says Fatalis isn't hard? Not spamming spam. Oh, we're at that point where we're gonna spam spin. I did not spam Echo Note that much earlier. Okay. I'm not taking any damage there. What are you doing? Oh, I didn't realize we'd gotten to this point yet. You want to, like, hit me, like, ever? Ever? Please? Cat is a parasocial parasite. He's been grifting a lot. Have I ever done Fatalis without breaking the horns in World? I might have had 1 or 2 fights where I've cleared them without breaking the horns at all, but usually you want to break the horns for like a number of reasons. I should probably tenderize the head, huh? Remember when people complained about hard Fatalis when it came out? People did the same thing about Elatrion. I mean, and by people, you mean Redditors, which, I mean, I'm not sure if it's like the same. The same? I'm not checking the Reddit. I just want to be happy, man. Can I just be happy? I mean, you did all sorts of things. You had Kinsect, you had like high rank weapons only. My personal favorite was Wrong Element. Elatrion. I thought that was fun. That's like neat. I like that challenge. okay if you found Elatrion more challenging than Fatalis. People used to play games like that, Zalaros, in like Monster Hunter Tri days, back when we think recovery shots actually worked on the monster. Alright, just prepare yourself. Echo notes are coming in. Coming in hot. AT Volcana was hard, for sure. Those were all pretty decent challenges. Full ice resist, divine blessing, free meal. Hard to judge it if it works, right? I'll probably be going for full fire resist on Fatalis. Or at least a reasonable amount of fire resist. Insect Wave on AT Velcana actually felt like cheating, though. I just feel like she wasn't very well balanced with the Insect Wave moveset in mind. I would have loved an AT Elatrion. I would have loved an AT Fatalis. That'd be great. Guess we may as well start wall banging because why not? I think they actually had AT Shara planned, they just didn't have the time to get it out. Because Shara is definitely missing some stuff. Am I going to be playing Monster Hunter tomorrow? Yeah, I'll play Monster tomorrow. Why, you think I should play something else? Have any suggestions? Dauntless? Bug Fables? Morbius? Hey, he got a second poison. That's a really big deal, guys. That may not seem like a big deal. That is a big deal. Whoop! Rip Dragma playthrough if there's a demo? We'd have time to play Dragma over the weekend. How long does a Dragma playthrough take? 3 days? If even? I mean, I haven't completely forgotten how to play the game. I'm not going to do, like, all side quests. We'll do some of them. We'll do the fun ones. What is better? Do I like more? From Monster Hunter Rise or World? If I had to save one game from a fire, it would be Monster Hunter World. But that doesn't mean I don't like Monster Hunter Rise. I mean, Rise isn't even finished. We don't even have Sunbreak yet. Ask me, you know, in a month how I feel about Sunbreak. Maki. Which of the new revealed monsters you guys looking for fighting the most? Yours is Magma Almadron. I don't know, the kind of tweakers, Bisha 10 looks pretty fun. Scalp. I can try and break it, I guess. Remember, I've got poison on this set, Nefudis, and no Heartbreaker. So I don't know that we're gonna get it. Oh, I did get it. Wow. I'm so good at video games. Holy crap. Do I do react videos on stream? Just the other day, I was doing a live reaction to your birth. You were like, wow. Can't believe that child is such a large head. What do they feed that thing in the womb? Oh God, Jesus Christ. I did react to urethral explosion yesterday, that is true. I'm gonna stream the Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak trailer. I will, yeah. Sometimes you can get a, well, you can get a claw break on there. I'm not a very big fan of like monkey cheese videos, walking on the sun, and I would categorize that style of video as monkey cheese. Gonna get early access? Probably not. Signs point to no. Monkey cheese? Monkey cheese is what I refer, like, when somebody makes a video to, like, be wacky. This is the upgraded Guild Palace weapon. It is Guild Palace. It is not upgraded. It poked me with its little claw. I could die. I could stand up and be dead. Signs point to buying the Australian version again? Oh, I should probably get my save up in the Australian version, shouldn't I? Well, that was going really well. Towards the end, I got baited. It's alright. It's pretty close to dying. We're gonna be fine. It's like, I always say this, but it's like one hit away. What versions of Sunbreak am I gonna buy? I mean, I guess I probably will end up getting the Switch version. Switch Australian version. I think Steam will release before Switch, though, no? I mean, you say you're going to buy a Steam Deck, like, how are you going to buy it? You can't just buy it. You gotta, like, pre-order it. And then they'll just send it to you whenever they feel like it. Oh no. Use Kanta's discount code? Oh, actually, that reminds me. As part of the Capcom Content Creators Program, they apparently have, like, partnered with, like, a key reseller. Officially. And they invited me the other day. It's not set up yet, so I didn't say anything, but... Oh, no. No, no, no, no, no. No, no. At no point did I say anything about early access. Uh-oh. If I'm stunned, I'm dead. I don't even know if it's early access. To be honest with you, I don't even know if there's a major discount. I'm sure it's not more than retail. Is there any reason to slam Shard to wall if you don't have Rock Trap? It's 300 damage. It's not like 0 damage. Double face breaks with oops. Double poison. Actually kind of amazing. You don't normally see that. But you'll see it here because I'm using heavy hitting hunting horn. Well, you can consistently get the face breakers with spread heavy bowgun. Sounds sad. Just gotta hit the face. So my character looks so weird. Elatrion time. We gotta fight Shatterhorn first. Well, first we gotta go to the Pooh Lands. What? No, Shokaku, I did not say that to the Dauntless devs. What? That's what they called it in Japan. They really, really did not like the Guiding Lands. They said a lot of bad things about it. Does this count as beating Iceborne for the challenge? Am I going all the way to Fatalis? It does count, but I'm still going all the way to Fatalis. I did get the full face break, and it died on top of it. Are you impressed?
おがりうさしじくすど
ダベトルビアウラトシカラキモニラビアオガリアリ
Your support a creator application has been approved.
ビーム X ドラベレ
Let's see how that looks.
ミーデ
Do you need more than 100 hours worth of drops from the Guiding Lands? Need or want?
スーライワリダークラスークバークラオハメデクナジ
Oh! There is a discount.
ダラク
Well, how about that?
タネグロ
テケーフトとイーギレスタケイスクラトライシームトレスクイーオユニトームクーダ
I like the Resident Evil games. You can get Resident Evil 6 for $8.
オーラスークラムートファラットレ
I'm going to skip the Street Fighter games because I don't really... I don't really have any particular fascination with those.
メタスーリャクーガケネリー・キムニュー・ムテックス
ラファルビアラベツリ
レリーク動作タムツクラノダクトルガラクベトゥクラメンジゴルビーシア台風シエメアディラオーガリエリーツァ オフィサロバラオ
Says this Nexus is under creation. Excuse me. Do I have a plan for Safi Jiva? He'll die from my cat's damage. I love you, Nergigante. Do you think the Admiral could suplex a Rajang? He would probably die. Legitimately, he would be dead. Is Admiral a handler that lost their hunter? I don't think so. I think he was a hunter who just got promoted upwards. Do I need to fix this?
ユヤライダリクルベフケライナビラルシュルがミフザトイ
おじミキガダルクは
ダニルナイ
Why that to be the featured one?
ミベレガツテルドリキトラダキザビデルダネルスダラタツガベローラおいルートスレあ
Well, I'll just throw it out there for now. I'll mess around with it more later, but it looks like it's up. That's neat.
ミスミクラ
Alright.
ビームイクスオーブリハイシウークラケシクリキンナ
Weren't world saves being corrupted at some point by Iceborne? It was some guy on Reddit that made a mistake doing something. I don't think that ever actually happened.
が届くスーツに TO アルギカセータ
デラーザエラクタグレヒラシファギエレラグルケ
İgarını Totoku Nyukimamire Musrani Hoshina Krada?
スラウブラビエルギガンテ
I wanted to update this command,
キナシト
but I kind of like it. I'm going to change that to support too.
リナートケハスプレデムグルードラークホームルザーメ
Because I don't want to delete it forever.
ライクスガダクーミラリナネキシナシートハ
ネルギガンテ
ユーレリシハシルハなシドルキリナシートガンビーシャ
No support. Just add your link to the end of that, Pasta? Maybe I should. Maybe that would be better. I'll put it at the end of support too. I like that. I like that a lot. That fits.
オルダーミルメリーイルークダモンアーダーアーラクトクスラバーザジラークオールメルトラクールモ
You should be able to buy Sunbreak from this site. Shouldn't you?
ルキーニモエソホイソレスルオーズクライルアモルツェ
It says coming soon.
オールと言った
Well, that's fair. It's not available yet.
ニーフガルーベシーランローレホラーニエレララー
Yeah, this is actually directly through the Capcom content creator program, so. That's neat. You had to get, like, approved to be, like, a Capcom video game reseller. It's cool how he says how much money I'm gonna make. That's all right. I think they said it was like 20%. That's a pretty big margin to give somebody. Do I know if NA got the least discount percentage? I don't know. There's not even a discount right now. Some of the games are on sale. I see there's a, I mean, it appears there's a discount on the, what is that? The deluxe edition. Resident Evil 6 is on sale. All the Resident Evil games are on sale. Dragon's Dogma is not on sale. What was the Green Man Gaming sale from a couple weeks ago? Carrot, I thought you were joking about 28 millions of gallons of sewage into my anus. There's no way that's real. You can't make that up. I should visit my anus. Jackass went there to hang out in my anus. It's very small. It's not a very big area, my anus. It doesn't even have its own zip code. It has an elementary school. It's in a bougie area. My anus is very bougie. That's a... Seriously, let me see if I can send you the newsletter, John. I got it from the Capcom newsletter. Let me see if I can show it to you. I think this is public. If it's not public, oh well. Don't worry, Screamer, you trust me, you click the link. Thank you. Well, you gotta buy something to really do it, but yeah. It's fine. I mean, I trust it a lot more than I trust other random key retailers, you know what I mean? That's a lot of money. No payouts until 100? That's fine. I'm not worried about that. I don't think most people would plan on supporting themselves entirely through that. But I mean, you know, it's something. Hello, horny shepherd. I'm not horny. And if I was horny, why would you call me Shepdad? What, do you want a little brother or a little sister? Yeah, it's a lot of money. Check out the Resident Evil games. They're on sale. Oh, the games would... God, I just assumed they were all going to be Steam keys. Okay, hold on. There's multiple Nexuses. I went to one and it was a booby game thing. Don't go to that one. Saw a woman in a bra. I mean, it's got to be a Steam key. You can't play Rise on PC any other way. Link booba for a friend. I'm not posting that link. You can look for Nexus games. Look for Nexus names under Google. Oh god. Oh god. I am not comfortable having that on my screen right now. Nope. No. That makes me nervous. I will bookmark it for later, but I'm not showing that now. Please do not spam the link, though. What was it? It was an even more naked woman than last time. Can you show them both? No! I can't show you either of them. I certainly cannot show you the second one. There's a game called Tits. I mean, at least it's to the point. You know 100% what you should expect. It's okay, we won't tell. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Does anyone want to do the arena quests? I was going to do arena. I think I'm going to upgrade this hunting horn still. We could probably win with this hunting horn. I'm going back and forth on whether or not I want to get the Raging Bracky one. I don't think there's any arena scaling. Is it Zenogre time? I mean, you're going to get a look at them. Is the Shara Ishvalda horn good? I think the Guild Palace beats Shara. Yeah, what do you think I was talking about, Carrot? Oh, there's so much. There's so much pornography. There's so much. Why is there a game called Sex with Stalin? But why? I didn't know they made games like that. I mean, I knew they made games like that on Steam. I guess it makes sense. If it's a pirate website, it would go there. This is very unfortunate that I'm being, like, officially sponsored by Capcom on the Nexus. And when you go to Google and you search for Nexus games, this is the first one. Furry Hitler. I'm not... There's... Alright, hold on. There's one cover I think I really want to show. There is one cover I saw that I think I want to show it. Wait. Oh, no. No, not safe to show that one. Okay, never mind. No. Almost got banned. Not having that happen. You see, at first, I thought, why is she making such a weird face? And then I looked again, and I'm like, oh. Okay. That makes sense. Just her face. I want to get banned. Alright, nobody report this to the Twitch cops. Is the Twitch mod still here? You have to say if you're watching the stream. This is safe, though. I think this is safe. Busy working? Thank you. Okay, I'm not going to get in trouble. Okay, this is not going to get me in trouble. What is that face? That's me, like, on the toilet just as I'm getting the stream ready to get started. What is that? Why is she so mad? I want to know, too. That's you getting a pre-roll ad. No one is safe. She's by herself in the image. I could probably show the full cover, but it's like it's very suggestive. It's very suggestive, so. Chaos's face when he goes to the Taco Bell and they're all out of gordita wraps. No! Your favorite streamer when everybody else gets early access and he doesn't? No! It's probably safe to show the full cover if I'm in an inflatable pool. It would help a little bit with the age rating. I'm so messed up, man. How am I MR31? Western-based 3D hentai games are weird. I don't think all porn is necessarily hentai. All hentai is probably porn, but I don't think it works that way. Does it? I don't know. Maybe it does. This stream isn't safe for under 18? You could be a... I mean, I don't advertise to anyone under the age of 18. I still need a pure dragon blood. Is it good? It upgrades well, right? Oh, God. Oh, I still had it open. Oh, no. Oh. Oh. I went to open up my internet browser and it was still there, like, just like zoomed in. God. Guild Palace. It gets 20 more raw. It doesn't even get native purple. I think Raging Bracky is just like a lot better. I think it is. Yeah, I don't want to get... No, with the upgrade, you get purple with one handicraft. What is it? The light break, 300 raw, 27 blast, a level 4 and a level 3. How hard can that be to make? Why are these weapons so good? Do Bracky SOS for extra challenge? You think it'd be easier or harder? Nexus has Upper Decker Hunter at the Depositor on sale. I don't know if I have any room left in my library to add it. Can you get the camera to bottom right? Why? I'd be covering up my items then. What the hell is going on? Is Upper Decker, like, I can actually add that? I don't see it. You must be looking at something else. Just scared boy, hello. Should we do an SOS? You made it up? I mean it seemed believable to me. I'm not gonna lie. I believed it. We've got 2 Celestial tickets. I could make an Elementalist one. There's a lot of things you can make. I mean, I could just make the Immortal Reactor. It's not hard. Oh, it's like a little bit like cheating. But it also might be harder than just doing it normally. It's very curious. Nexus Games Patch. No, the page should not be all ads. You guys... No, this is the go here for the sponsorship. Do not search for Nexus Games. That will not take you to the proper place. Is it cheating if you hit credits? I mean, is it? I don't know. I gotta talk to somebody first, right? Has anyone made a cutscene skip mod? Yeah, you can get one of those. That exists. No. Joe-Cocoon, I don't know, man. This is the same exact thing that happened when freaking... What was it? Google thought YouTube Red was a good idea for their premium membership. That was a mistake. No, I'm not. I have not told somebody at Capcom that Nexus has porn mods. No, I'm not gonna do that. All right. Why don't you do it? I'm sure they already know. I'm doing a lot of research over here at my Nexus mods. Capcom is messing with me at this point. You think? I actually had YouTube... not YouTube Red. I had Google Music as well for my membership, but I wanted to upgrade to a YouTube family so people could freeload off of me. I think you got to do the Shatterhorn quest line in order to get Raging Bracky to show up, right? You're convinced there's a secret strategy to Steamworks? Apparently the correct choices are in somewhere in memory, because you can cheat it if you wanted. Keeping your grandfathered play music price, your family can watch the ads. Honestly, probably the right thing to do. I'm not even getting, like, tickets. Why do people even like paying for Spotify? I used to pay for Spotify and it was like pure garbage. It would play the same songs to me over and over again when I had it on like shuffle. Are you listening to me? Are you creepy? Come over here. You can't just like hide in the shadows. Come over here. Show Gen Nexus games. Jen, I have a I was playing a game earlier, and the goal of the game was to accurately guess what emotion was being shown on screen at the time. And I guessed it twice in a row, and I got it wrong. I'm on my third guess. Can you just tell me what expression this person has? Anger? Yeah, I thought it was disgust, but maybe anger. Yeah, that could work too. Yeah, anger. Seems angry to me. That is a pretty bird. Is that a cardinal? It's like flying right into the window. Thanks, Jen. Yeah, it was a redbird. I'm proud of myself. Porn streamer, not a porn streamer. You're not hushed in the corner. You guys are full screen on my second monitor. You want to see yourself? You disgust me. Huh? Show the bite marks. They're there. I need hot drinks. There are bite marks. It's not a tablet. It's like just like a portable monitor. Just like bear with exposed surgery. You didn't bite me. I bit the tablet. Pookie Pookie, hello. Why did I bite the tablet? Because I thought it would be funny. It was funny? Thanks. I appreciate that, actually. Unshielded naked display made for a pie. I mean, it works out really well because it's got like these little clips that just like fit into the other monitor I have. Like, I didn't even buy it knowing it would do that. I forget if Shatterhorn is always like angry. I know it's always enraged, but like, will it attack me immediately? I think the last time I did this, I had Charge Blade, and it was really hard. Fighting Shatterhorn with Charge Blade without, like, I don't know, good gear. It's pretty difficult. This should be okay. I might have to KO him. If I were a Monster Hunter monster, what would your element or status be? Slime. Ooh! That was a lot of damage. This means you're fighting Monkey. Actually, Monkey is completely optional. I hate to tell you that. Fight the Monkey if I had a reason to. And if I didn't have a time limit, I probably would. Would you rather see Fatalis or would you rather see the Monkey? God damn. Why does he hit so hard? God damn. We do have Fortify, by the way. Well, that was good to know. If you want me to put up a bet, you got to put your life on the line. Do you have to fight AT Kieran? We just got to fight Shatterhorn. I think that's his name. What life? Your Twitch existence. If I lose, do you die in real life? Just get timed out for a indeterminate amount of time on Twitch chat. There's got to be a certain amount of points on the line, or there has to be a certain amount of time limit that you get. one or the other. I don't want any doubters in name only. I need to see like thick, juicy points dripping out of your mouth. This point buy-in? 100,000's probably enough. Oh, shoot. You don't have 100,000 points? Well, then you better make sure I lose. It's not going great. Well, that's Fortify round 2. Oh, oops. Actually, maybe that's okay. I don't think I can eat for Moxie or insurance or whatever. We've got like almost like normal defense though. Okay, so you'll bet when we get the Safi. That'll be pretty soon. Reasonably soon. Thank God this Fortify is really saving us, I think. People mad at Rise for removing hot and cauldrons. Are they mad at Rise? I mean, it's making the game like a little bit easier in a way. I don't know if I'm mad at it. This is the Broken Horn Kieran special, yep. This quest is pretty hard. You can't wallbang it at all. I mean, being able to restock in camps, there's really no point in having hot and cold drinks anymore, really. If you're gonna go that far, I guess you may as well just go all the way. How much life does Shatterhorn even have? Is he stacked? Oh, shoot. Do you think AT will return? To get an AT, you would need to get a Tempered monster. I don't think Tempered's going to be in Rise or Sunbreak. I don't know, maybe the next game. Yeah, but emergency quests is not the same thing as AT. It's a very specific thing. They usually had, like, something different about them as well. And as far as I remember, none of the emergency monsters were actually, like, substantially changed in any way. It's kind of disappointing. I mean, it could be that they end up wanting to have tempereds again in the next Monster Hunter game, sure. I mean, we just don't know. What are the odds of making World 2, though? It's possible. What is this quest name? Oh, I don't know. Sterling Judgment or something like that? $13,400? That's relatively low. I guess that could be worse. Oh. There's a pod? That's a good sign. This would have been a very interesting variant. Please. Show mercy. Oh, I appreciate the healing. I feel like his stagger threshold is a bit lower, but I could be wrong. Shadowhorn would be great for Agitator. It would never go away. Hey, we're making it. I feel like his thunder patterns are kind of random. They're actually not, and if you listen to the noises he makes, you can actually get a pretty good idea of what he's going to do. This is Monster Hunter gameplay. This is what they had intended. That is ableism level 4. Wet dogs are great. World Kieran or Geo Kieran, who is the hardest? I don't really think either of them are hard. Shatterhorn is probably the hardest. Well, Fatalis must be ableism. I don't know what to tell you. Was it? Is that thunder? It's like tweaking out. I don't know. I don't know what that was. Something was tweaking out visually. Yeah, I think you just gotta look at them. And then you can leave. Why is this an emote? We play some Bloons TD6 on the stream sometimes. There's nothing wrong with that. Have I fought the new boss? I don't think I've played Bloons in a proper like 4 or 5 months. It's been a while. This is going to be extremely anticlimactic, by the way. You'll give me all of your stream points? I don't care about your stream points. Unless you're doubting, and I gotta take them all from you. I played Bloons in April? Really? Oh, we might have done like one day. That's right. That's right. Yeah, we got the merchant. We tried it for like one stream. You're right. I'm wrong. I guess I'm a fake fan. I'm not a real fan. You're the real fan. I mean, you remembered better than I did. It's one of the best cutscenes in the series. Only gets better when you switch Rajang and Admiral's model. I mean, this is what explains why Shatterhorn is real. He's going around doing this to Kieran's, eating their horns, then throwing them away. You want to engage in advanced money laundering, Fire Cannon? Ugh. I really do love it. I bet some people were really hoping to see her get, like, obliterated by that. Whoa! What is that position? I'm like in the ground. Can I do them yet? Do I gotta do Safi first? We might have to do Safi first. Not for Elatron, for Raging Bracky. I mean, technically we need... Rajang is completely optional, yeah. I think you do have to beat... I think you have to beat Stygian. He might be optional too, though. You got to do the Safi recon. You have to do 100 Nightshade Palomu. No. You have to beat Baby Safi for Elatrion and Baby Elatrion. 2 babies. Title would be fun to watch. I mean, I guess someday it'd be nice to kind of like really learn the fight. I don't know. This actually might be easier than Shatterhorn because we're going to be able to wallbang him. Imagine the game made you do Behemoth. I mean, I've got a lot of practice against Behemoth, though. That wouldn't be that bad. No, I was never able to clinch the Naked Extremoth run. I just didn't have the damage. Damage wasn't there. Master rank weapons don't even make up for having high rank armor. Unfortunately, not on him.
Commissar Monkey just resubscribed for 26 months.
I mean,
if this thing ought to
I guess 26 out of 40 isn't that bad.
But I'm terrible at remembering.
Still want socks.
Also still want socks.
Jen has very specifically said, do not send socks to anybody. Sorry. Overruled. Don't know what to tell you. Do I have any augments? No. Does she give reasons? Does she need any? She would probably say that's weird. That's probably what she would say. Guiding lands already? Yeah, kind of. We're not really going to do any farming in the Guiding Lands, but we have to fight Stygian and Zinogre here. That kind of screwed me up. Gonna do Fatalis as well. The only reason I'm doing this is to do Fatalis. It's like, I'm not doing this to fight Stygian. This is going great. That was a little bit of a challenge. When a monster game where you fight a monster to start a new village, and every monster you hunt upgrades your village into a town. Monster Nordos has a little bit of that. If you really like that. But then you gotta play Monster Nordos. That's a far roar. Clawlet? Dude, bro, I've got no damage. Doing 65 damage to his head. His attack plan for Fatalis. We're probably going to make the Raging Bracky Hunting Horn. Oh, Jesus Christ. He went pretty far. What the hell was that? I don't have any max potion. You wouldn't mind Stygian and Sunbreak? I mean, there's a reasonable chance he'll be there, so. Am I safe? Am I safe for like 1 second? Eh! We're gonna go for it. Sometimes he like veers to the side. Oh, alright. Just going for agitator strats. Oh no, please. Desperation is setting in? I haven't carded once. Could I card? Absolutely. loves to counter, doesn't he? I wouldn't mind if the counters were like occasional, but this is more than I remember. Jesus Christ, I swear to God. Oh, here's Enraged and Ogre again. It's a good thing we got 50 minutes, guys. Sick jump. I was trying to get a mounting attack. Bedge is very shameful in this game. Oh, Stygian. Not all of the fights are like this one. This one's just like a little sus. Setting precedent for the rest of the game. This is like, the game had been out for a while. How do you do the poke? You have to hold back and then you can press any other button. I'm gonna go for this. Maybe it'll work, maybe it won't. That's a pod. How? I haven't done any damage. There's no way. How is there a pod? He must drop one early. Imagine if I'd fought Monkey. You gonna keep complaining about that? I'd say it'd be real fun at parties, but I'm pretty sure you're not invited to any, so. Maybe we'll actually get a mount. It's just like an exhaustively long combo. Just like so long. Like, I'm sure it looked really cool when they were like doing all the animations. But it just takes so long for him to finish. It's like, hurry up and attack! Like, hurry up already. Some of us have places to be. Yeah, do it again. Do it in closet. You can't make this crap up. I wouldn't say he was in the last release cycle. I mean, because you had, you know, him and Safi. And then after that was Raging Graki and Furious Rajang. And then Namiel. Sorry, not Namiel. Although 18 Namiel did get an update at some point. And then Alatrion. And then Vikalis. So, I mean, it was a little bit. Let chat poop my pants? Like, you want us to poop your pants for you? What are you talking about? Yeah, the monsters in Monster Hunter Online were not... It was hard to tell because, like, you could barely even play the game. You know what I mean? I'm not ashamed of how much I paid in Monster Hunter Online. Outside of the fact that I probably should have spent it on a better video game. Coco, hello. Type of horn am I running? I am running the base Guild Palace Hunting Horn. How is Monster Hunter Online different from normal Monster Hunter games? I mean, it had different combos for the weapons. Those were cool. It was an MMO. What did I buy? I basically bought a permanent subscription to Monster Hunter Online for $400. Although, to be fair, the servers are shut down, so my permanent subscription's not doing me a whole hell of a lot of good. Do I miss Monster Hunter Online? Not really. The fights were never really that great. There were some interesting, like, large monster fights. Does Capcom even have legal access to Monster Hunter Online exclusive monsters? What is that? A beetle? Australian? They're not missing much. Do I miss the $400 I spent on it? Small change, friend. Yeah, I mean, I'd rather have the $400 in my pocket than, like, in a non-existent void, but whatever. Could have been $400 Capcom. So, like, probably would be worth, like, $2,000 by now. Slice Margot was neat. Here we go again. He's doing the thing. Like, it never stops. What if this is like, what if hell is just like fighting this Stygian Zinogre like literally forever? Didn't he just do this? It was still all instant hunts? It was. You know, the most insulting part of it is, like, you finally get your hit in with, like, your micro hunting horn, and then, like, he has the audacity to be like, I'm going to counter that. Do you have any predictions? The upcoming Sunbreak news? Like what? Like, new monsters and stuff? I'm not a lister, dude. And they'll either confirm or deny a demo. I'm more excited about news. This is weird coming from like a Monster Hunter guy, but I'm more excited to find out what we're going to see from like Exo Primal and the other titles. Like Sunbreak's a known quantity, and like we're almost going to get it. Like it's almost here, so it's not like I'm all that anxious about it. Please layer all weapons. They might add more layering options because Rampage is kind of sort of going away. Ever thought about Monster Hunter coaching? I was actually Patreoned by somebody once to do Monster Hunter coaching. They wanted advice on how to do a speedrun. I feel kind of weird about it, though. I just feel weird about charging for my advice. No. Oh, actually, that probably could have worked. Here we go again! I mean, the most important advice you could give to somebody about playing Monster Hunter, and it goes for a lot of video games actually, is like your goal shouldn't be like learning how to hit the monster. It should be learning how to not get hit yourself. And I know that's like, you know, like cliche, tired advice, but you'll end up doing a lot more damage when you're not getting hit and healing. So practicing evasions and stuff like that. You know, actually trying to like actively recognize what their combos are and like how much opportunity you have. Learn to flinch shot. Well, certainly on this fight, with the gear that we have, sure, yeah. I think the cat just triggered a counter. Why am I wearing a trash bag? I'm trying to take it off. Mantles are probably among, honestly, maybe I dislike them more in the experience than I do, like, flinch shots and tenderizing. I know that's a very strange thing to say. Hey, it's limp. Is that a limp? Yo, it's limping. We've actually had slower fights in this run. Raging Bracky is really annoying. Yeah. I don't know. I kind of like his fight. You can see the last pod, though. Sometimes it doesn't drop. It doesn't always drop. Imagine this fight with red sharpness. You know I did that challenge, but at the same time, like, why? Why did I do it? Just to say I did it, I guess. Just to have it in my like little list of achievements. I don't even have Blast Resist 1. Content starvation? Whenever I feel like I don't have good content, I should just do all credits. I feel like this is fun. I feel like people will always enjoy it. I think it's almost better than like specific challenge runs. Possibly all G ranks would be interesting as well. Thinking of trying the game out, but you don't know? It's a pretty good game. All Crowns was literally like, yeah. Content food strike. If we extended it all to G-Rank, please never do all crowns again. I might subtly do it in Sunbreak. Because, like, I've already got it done in Base Rise. Like, I'm already halfway there. Should do a no crowns challenge, a reset every time you get a crown. Solo Safi Repel is easy. Your cat looks like it dipped its face in nacho cheese. Yeah. He's very cheesy. What console is this? This is on PC. I don't have any mods installed, so this is like stock PC Steam. I'm using a PlayStation 4 controller with my vibrator.
いいライミラ
It's not a vibrator. It's got the back buttons on it. It's actually, I like it. I kind of like it. I've gotten used to it. What's your favorite monster in the world?
ラダビにはくらべいい
Well, it would be normally based on Gigante. If I can't fight him, maybe Fulgrangenov.
ミキ
Is it an MMO or an RPG? I would call it a action RPG. With a little bit more of an emphasis on action, but you still have to do like RPG stuff. Not even cut skips. No, I mean, at this point, we're committed to watching the cutscenes, Frostalis. I mean, look, if you watch the, 11-minute Odo cutscene, you may as well watch them all.
ラダシートに迷うニュトキ
Yeah, hey, this is my cat.
ミスキュキ
I like this cat.
スーリハーカ
No, not... Hold on. Wrong window.
トキハキャラクフィーダ
There we go. That cat. That one. I like him. He's been cheesy.
フィーダ
Show the other cat. This is like everyone's collective expression 30 minutes in when the Stygian Zinogre will not die. Please die already! Thinking of buying the bundle altogether before you start the game? You really should. Like, I'm not trying to upsell you, but playing just base Monster Hunter World without Iceborne, you're gonna have a weird time. What about Safi Jiva? Perfect dragon? Lame baby dragon. Was that Raging Bracky?
わ
You think it's grindy? Yeah. Well, it's not grindy in the sense of like Destiny where you're constantly grinding out like new equipment to increase your gear score. You know, I mean, if you're skilled enough and practiced enough, I mean, you can get through the game with some really garbage gear and you're fine. But honestly, Monster Hunter World and Rise don't really have that bad of grinds. You know,
ミルシーゼノジーバ
you can spend 100 to 200 hours in the games and really have done basically everything.
ニュムどうや
Eat a turkey? I used to get roasted turkey breasts. Those are pretty good. Some of the older games, I mean, you'd have to kill things a lot to get a special drop, but it's really not that bad nowadays. Yeah, no, I mean, 300 hours is really, I mean, it's plenty. Like, in the context of Monster Hunter.
ロスギレ
Modern Monster Hunter. I mean, you could play it for a lot longer. I mean, some people have, like, over 1,000 hours, but... If you just want to get to the end and beat all the monsters once, it's enough time. Alright, we're already on Safi. I really have to think about how I want to handle this weapon upgrade. Should I just, like... Should I just get, like, non-elemental boost? Should I upgrade the weapon and get non-elemental boost? You beat the game in DLC in 1 month, you just kept moving? Did you just leave your game on, Dwarven Man? You're doing like 12 hours a day? Oh, that's nice. Oh, I probably should have played my songs first, whatever. Oh, so in the game, yeah, you've got... You know, each of the weapons have different controls and different strengths and weaknesses. It's a fun game. Monster Hunter is a fun game to learn. Been very generous with its attacks. Usually he stomps twice after he stomps once. Is there a greatsword? Yeah. It's a pretty popular weapon. It's one of the most popular. Longsword is the most popular. That's like a... kind of like a Japanese katana. Longsword's one of my favorites. I like longsword, and I like hammer. I mean, I like all the weapons, but those are some of the weapons I like the best. No poison strat? My cat's got poison. Should have done the wiggle, I guess. Poison is very effective. If you go really hard, you wear the Rathian armor. It's crazy how much damage it does. I think it's like 3,000 damage. You need Gobbler? Who are you calling a Gobbler? Leave him alone. Ugh. All their deeds. Uh-oh. Is that the first time I've been pinned? I think it's the first time I've been pinned. Your healing is slow. Yeah, there's a lot of things that are not ideal right now. Got sold on the greatsword. If you buy the game, you can use my link and support the stream. Somebody want to throw support 2 in there? Don't search for it that way. I wonder if we'll get another one. We'll get another poison. I don't know if we'll need it. It's on support and support 2, Amatsu. It's both of them. Is Greatsword easy to learn if you're a hammer player? Yeah, hammer player, you presumably have pretty good positioning. And are used to finding slightly larger openings. I'd say to start, maybe get like Focus 3, just to get like faster hits out. Switch between 2 weapons? What, hammer and what else? Please stop Please stop. Please stop advertising that website in my chat. I don't want to get in trouble. Is the reseller offering any discounts? I hope it's not more expensive. It's got sales on the Resident Evil games. Just buy them all. Look. No, Fume. Hold on. Fume. Wait. No, Fume. Fume. No, it's okay. Don't look for it. Don't listen to chat. It's in support. I'm not selling booba games. Don't blame me, okay? That's Capcom. They went out of their way to use that website. You keep away and thanks for the warning. I mean, legitimately, you probably will get viruses on that website. I can't imagine there are, like, not viruses. No. Give me the healing. What are you doing? I'm not selling booba keys. Just click the links in the chat. Don't listen to anyone else in the chat. Might actually get the back break here. That's crazy. Will, the goal is to get up to and beat Fatalis. And then we will be done with it. Oh, we're done already. He's really vomiting. How are you going to win out without Fire Foop Cout? What? Are you okay? Answer the question. Fireproof. Oh. I don't know. I mean, we might have pretty good defense anyways. Hey, we got an Elementalist Echo. That's actually a pretty good damage boost now. What about my armor? We're gonna figure it out. I am gonna try and get... Alright, maybe... How are you still using just bone? Professional gamer. North American Championship, by the way. Alright, I want to get this upgrade. I think I want. Well, actually, this weapon might be okay too. What songs does it have? I guess we'd have to farm. We'd have to farm Stygian then, right? Yeah, maybe that's a bad idea. All right, never mind. Take it back. I was thinking about it though. I mean, it'd be pretty good on Fatalis. That'd be good damage. But its songs are not very good. I gotta do, like, what is it? Timing is everything when fighting Fatalis? Sure. I mean, I've got a Keytar. How am I bullying new people? I'm not bullying people, but bullying people in the stream by what? Farming Stygians and Ogre? We're so close to this upgrade. I'm just gonna use this one. I have to do the expert one. Can I do any of these? That shouldn't be that bad. I could probably do that solo. I don't know if I've ever even done this quest. Spirit and strength boost. All right. You know I'm champion, but you have to have some type of limit? I haven't found one yet. It's fun being able to fight him. Ooh, that's some damage though, huh? Oh yeah, Naked Extreme, but that was too much for me. That's fair. Get him, bug. That counter window is ridiculous. Remember you asked one of us in chat to join you for a 2-player behemoth and I had you sit in the tent for the whole fight? Were you carding or was I just like you joined when I already had the person that I wanted to play with me? I'm not gonna. That sounds like something I would do. Needed somebody to watch over the bed. I'm into that. I did multiplayer scale Behemoth and solo it? Oh. Did I do it? Wait, no. I remember that fire cannon. You were like hitting me or something? Or hitting the monster or something. Email, thank you.
Subscribe for 8 months.
Kind of go through these max potions. Strange looking hunting horn there. Wow, not real fan, fake fan. Maybe. Wasn't even here for the start where we said we're using insect glaive as well. Shameful. Shameful and embarrassing. It's okay, I'll forgive you this once. Kind of getting pounded. Get him, bug. I was toxic. How dare you? I have, like... I need to sharpen my weapon. Oh, he was... that was tricky! He made me think he was attacking something else. Kicking people left and right during KT Safi lobbies. It's not easy being a leader, okay? If it was easy being a leader, everyone would do it. You gotta make the hard choices. And when you've got people that are slowing down the herd, then you gotta make those hard decisions. You got people holding up the lobby, doing stuff on their farms, not in a quest, sniffing feet. Yeah, I'm a tyrant. I never said this was a democracy. It's not a democracy. You mean playing the game? Not in the... You can do it before, you can do it after. Just don't do it during. How is he not dead yet? Funniest kicks when I examine their armor sets? I mean, if you come in unprepared, I'm like, I'm gonna get you. Don't play the game? I'm just saying if you're spending like 10 minutes in town while we're waiting to get the next round started, that you do that in another Sappy lot. Well, that was disappointing. I was almost had that. Maybe they got match made? It was a private lobby. wasn't. It was like a public lobby. One king koi coming? I hope so. I had fun doing that. I got 2. Is that enough? A-rank solo would be hard. I don't want my name on the leaderboard. Actually, hold on. What do you think the leaderboard on that is? 0.01 second? Ah, yes. Never mind. 0 seconds. I've got a long way to go. I've got a long way to go before I'm that good, guys. It's so much damage. It's 20 more raw. It's 5% more affinity. It should be fine. How many arenas did we get number 1 on? You'd have to go back and check the PlayStation. And hope that they're still up there. Oh. Sure, Tessa might be okay. We will need a Fulgur Anjanath mantle. I should be able to get that. Just check the Xbox Arena times and demolish them? I was actually doing some Xbox Arenas with Julian Carter. We actually did pretty well. You know, all things considered, I think we did all right. So those arms are probably the most important for first thing to get, followed by the Tacit. Just really wish I had a weakness exploit deco. No, I'm just gonna make those. I'm gonna make those legs. That's what I'm gonna do. I don't think there's even a global ranking for the arenas and on Rise. Just unfortunate. They got... No, it didn't get hacked on. Oh, Jesus Christ. It scared me, her face. Final Fatalis hunt was insane. That's where we're going for next. We're getting there.
My favorite challenges. That final Fatalis hunt was insane.
Elementalists. Vitality. Attack? Something with Fortify. Expert plus. If Dauntless can get rid of hacked times, there's really not much of an excuse. Honestly. Maybe we'll do Meowster. Just for the extra damage. God, I don't have anything. Do I like that it's called Elementalist? I dislike it very much. I actually really genuinely dislike it. Is peak performance worth it in Rise? If you're not going to get hit. If you're eating those fish. If you're eating fish, it's okay, I guess. Maybe we'll upgrade our cat's weapon, too. Probably make something better now. Critless skill. Oops, no crits. Alright, well, we should be able to kill that Teostra, like, slightly faster now. It took, like, 20 minutes last time. Is it better for cat to do damage or status? Depends on the monster. Nice gamer hat. My lady. Is it time for a Latreon? No, I think I'm going to try and make the, some Teostra armor pieces. Sounds like you would just want to build attack speed, Nefudis, if that were the case. If there's a 1% chance to deal 2,000 damage. That sounds great. It's critting with extra steps. It's critting with speed, hopefully. I mean, sleeps aren't that bad, even if you treat them like paras. Like, their going to sleep animation is sometimes almost as long as their para animation is anyways. What is a how much is a crit damage? 200? 200%? Where's this guy? Is that him? It looked like King Diamond? I have no idea who that is. I mean, even a draw slash on a sleep is fine. I never felt like it was necessarily worth the time and effort to try and get like a level 3 true charge slash off of the monster's face during a sleep. If you're really struggling, okay, but if it's just like a normal hunt, just like hit it. We don't need to wait for this guy to do his lineup. Or just wallbang the monster. That's true too. I mean, with teamwork, you can do both, right? You can get a draw slash off and then just wallbang right away. Wallbang would probably end up being more damage anyways, though, depending on how you pull it off. Don't ASDs do more damage than TCS accounting for file explosions? Might depend on the monster's hit zone. Improved true charge slash is something like 217% damage. Still blowing the teal. This is our first one. Oh, I mean, I'm not improved. The normal TCS. SAED is definitely probably better. Like, if I had to choose between one or the other, SAED probably ends up being better, only because you don't have to wait for them to get all into position and everything. It's kind of a far range on that. Am I on fire? I'm like taking damage. Why? It's a fancy hat, thank you. Now you can't see it. I'm sorry. I'm gonna mantle it. Yeah, maybe I need like a cool drink or something. I don't know what's going on. I'm taking a lot of damage by just standing next to him. Am I allowed to wear a hat with that on it in Twitch? If you're streaming Final Fantasy XIV, you could wear a hat like this. Oh, wow. Hitboxes are so good in the game. His head was like just above it. And it really was. Sorry to be an echo wavelet. It's just the way it is. That's name calling level 3, walking on the sun. Didn't use impact waves. It's not good damage though. It's good KO. Can't even use them now. They all just got deleted. Feels bad, man. That's starting to look like real damage. Why am I'm not allowed to say the I word? No, that's name calling. Calling somebody woke name calling? Apparently not. the clear. It's my favorite Teostra move. What are my greatest strengths? I can give people attack up large. Something be name calling if it's not directed at anyone in particular. Well, maybe somebody in chat identifies as an idiot. Or worries they might be an idiot. You're just calling them out like that. I don't know, why are you giving me like an interview? it's like, am I interviewing for something? What are your greatest strengths? I'm able to hold up your mom and dad in each arm. It's a physical strength. A reporter from socialdissonance.com. That's a defunct website. Why should we hire you for this job? Because you clearly don't understand how to run this company and make a profit. If you can't figure that on your own, you'll never figure it out. It'd be great just go into an interview just completely aggro. It's a white page. Good. I'm glad. It should be. You'll just be scooping ice cream? From the sounds of it, you'll be scooping ice cream and I'll be telling you what to do. You can buy socialdissonance.com. Go ahead and do it. Buy it, please. I'd rather be in one of your hands. Random countdown website labeled Holberville. Like, would it randomize every time you go to the website? Can't brush something as weak as the I word, you have bigger problems to deal with? I don't know, it sounds like it's your problem to deal with now. Parka, no. Parka, why? Can I discuss the 2 posts you made on this page? There should not be any posts on this page. Yeah, why not just call people friend? Why not try that? Why not give love a chance? can't. He won't jump down there. You wallbang off cliffs? Yeah. How does that make you feel? Oops. And have auto-mod rank compliments too? I really like that idea. I might die here. Actually, I won't die. The cat would save me even if I did try to die. It's so nice. Why did he move twice? I kind of tweaked out. Whatever. Kind of wallbang was that one? That was threading the needle. It's alright. Can you guys believe, like, as controversial as wallbanging monsters was, like, we're actually going to get it back? Like, they're bringing it back. It's coming back in Sunbreak. You're going to be able to do it. Yeah. Yeah. Granted, it's like a power-up. You gotta find a beetle. But it's still there. You'd never pick it up, though? Don't lie. You would. You'd pick it up. You're no better than us. What's wrong with wall banging? I mean, in my opinion, it's just like too much free damage. It's almost 6 for me. Am I gonna eat soon? I should probably eat relatively soon. It's not 6 yet. But thank you for worrying about my nutrition. How long have I been streaming for? 6 hours? That's not that bad. What's for dinner? I have no idea. No idea. It's 2 to 3% of the monster's health, the wallbang. So, like, if you get 10 wallbangs over the course of the fight, not counting everything else. Yeah, it's like 20% of the monster's health. Hot dogs? I kind of had hot dogs last night. Did I win? I'm in a indeterminate state. Wallbang lasts as long as a para? Depends on the monster. Volgaranjanov, like, wallbang's basically nothing. So it must be variable. Bacon chicken breasts? That sounds very healthy. Well, no. Oh! Literally never punished. Never, ever, ever punished. Holy crap. Holy crap. Why? Please reach. Yeah, it's not really reaching. Oh god. Now I die. Now I die. Hey. Hey, losers. Losers in chat. Why can't I die? Why won't he kill me? Why am I here? Doesn't it own? This is amazing. I want to fight every monster like this. Okay, okay. This is where I die. I'm so dead. I deserve that. Still technically alive. You know, I have done elemental boost on now and like agitator. And I still have attack 7, but he still takes like 20 minutes. That's weird. Like, I'm keeping my song up. Hunting horn is poop. Skill issue. It's quite possibly skill issue. Will I beat World today? I already beat World. Think I do 3 months without showering? Like what's the context? There's like a bird on my roof right now. I hear it. Like, is it like I have to not shower for 3 months? To like save like the world for like $1 million. What am I doing? Just because? Because I want to? No. I enjoy showering. Showering is one of the simple pleasures in life. Yeah, no, showering is based. And if you don't shower at least every other day, that's gross. I don't know why somebody would be like, yeah, let's not shower, man. Iceborne times average 15 minutes. Just got to get max crit. Well, I'm sorry my save only has like 15 hours on it, but... Sorry, that's not enough. Sorry, I don't have max deco assortment. 15 minutes with like maxed crit is actually kind of long. Well, we may have Weakness Exploit 2 soon. That'll help. You spend 3 months now without showering, but in return you forever get 1 week early access to all future Monster Hunter content, no NDA. Yeah, I would do that. Sure, I'd be a dirty little piggy for that. Absolutely. You said you don't want spoilers? I wouldn't have spoilers. It'd be mine. Your wife wouldn't like that, though? Well, I could stay in the anime room and she could spray Febreze at me. Jen would divorce you? You guys must have some very fragile relationships in your life where you think if you couldn't shower for 3 months, your significant other would leave you. I don't think Jen would do it with me in solidarity, and I promise you she'd be like, "You stink," but she wouldn't leave me. Can we make those arms? Would I be okay with my wife not showering for 3 months in exchange for me getting early access? That's her choice. If she made that choice and it was important to her, I would support her. Now, certainly getting a UTI. Yes. Does a hobo showering still count? I'm not sure if I understand the context of a hobo shower. Well, are these rare? Are these like rare pieces? Hellfire shards? What's going on there? Should I just go for like the latent power too? I might just go for this. How are my level 4 decos? Kind of okay. But Teostra Skeletons, I've killed 2 investigations and I still can't make the arms. If I make this, I'll have to get another Hardhorn. Make Kestanon? I'm not making Kestanon. All I'm saying is anyone out there who your significant other would just leave you at the drop of a hat because you were suffering for 3 months. You need to find somebody who supports you more. That's all I'm gonna say. Time for SOS? Nah. That's a lot of armor spheres. You know, I never even thought about making like a crit boost charm. Oh. Oh, now I know why. It's kind of screwed up. Forced to play game. I don't want to play the game. I just want everything handed to me. Hack it in and don't show the mod folder. I have the Celestial Print. Celestial Print are for mantles. One little SOS wouldn't hurt that bad, would it? Just one. Just to get the arms? Cheater, you can join me if you want. You think anyone's gonna actually join? What if I joined their investigation? That feels like less cheating. Who's it? Is anyone even playing this game? This actually looks really fun. I might actually do this. This looks like a fun quest, and nobody's helping them. Do you think they're gonna judge me for like my really bad gear? What if he rejects? Like, what if he kicks me? It's not gonna kick me. Tell him you're the NA champ? I'm not gonna do that. Thor stuck? What the hell are they talking about? My MR's not that bad. Tell him Ryozo called me champion? What does that even mean? He doesn't know who Ryozo is? That's a little elitist much? Where's the monster? Well, the monsters had raged. He did something right. Is that kind of big? Kind of big. I've got a whole lot of songs I'm trying to play. I want them out right away. What do you know? You don't know anything. Why does World have 2 arenas? To offer a little bit of variety for, like, actual arena matches. He's huge and scary. What is that? What is that weapon? Is that like a Toby charge blade? Was that layered? I wouldn't really... Personally, I wouldn't go for like that as a layered. Oh, shoot. Door stuck is when you're stunned? Like, I'm not judging his gear, I'm just judging the fashion choices of his gear. Quite a difference. I do no damage. I do no damage to any monster. Why would you drop that rock? It wasn't even... There's nothing even remotely there. The 2 guys are going to carry me. Does it look like I'm getting carried right now? Yeah. Oh, yeah. got a good weapon. Why do you look at their gear? Because I was curious. I'm not judging. I can be curious without judging. What is that though? Look, I'm landing all of my hits, okay? I don't know why I'm getting so judged over here. I wasn't landing my corner hornets. I wasn't trying to hit them. Rando SOS is great. Rando SOS is a wonderful time, and you should do it. No, this is not Xbox. This is PC. What the hell? What did I just get hit by? Was his hammer spin? I was very confused. Why can't you get in? I have no idea. Could be a privacy setting on my end. I might be in invisible mode. Or not offline. This will end up taking longer than just like my normal Teos run. Well, I mean, at this point, it's full. Somebody's healing. Maybe we can go to dinner later? That guy's kind of nice. Somebody's using, like, the bandit mantle? I kind of need money. This is the triple elder quest. That's exactly what it is. We still have to get through Kieran. Or, Kushala. What a nightmare that is. The sound isn't synced? Is the stream messed up? Try F5ing. Oh, you mean the carving wasn't synced? SOS? I joined their SOS. And then other people joined on top. My webcam isn't in sync? Excuse me? I haven't heard anyone say that yet. Nope, here we go. Wow. I don't know if this is going to help at all, but I might play this song. Can't believe the cutting weapons went for the tail. I mean, honestly, like, they could have stayed at the head, probably. Why would we think Rusted Kushala was coming to Iceborne? Wasn't there like a picture you had to take of Rusted Kushala skin or something? Where's all the rocks? See the new Dead by Daylight update? I heard there's like Capcom stuff going in it, but I haven't actually seen it. Yeah, it's a shame I couldn't land, like, the Encore. Note spam? I'm actually playing the Echo Impact Wave, though. You're back, CMTL? Isn't it, like, getting crazy late for you, though? Not do Fatalis today? It doesn't look like we're gonna get Fatalis today. But we still have 2 days. That means we would have Fatalis tomorrow, along with Rise, and then maybe even time to start Freedom. Assuming things went well. Credits after Fatalis? Nope. No, it's really not part of the challenge to do Fatalis, but I think it'll be fun to do. God, I wish I had earplugs. Weapon, GP weapon could be decent before piece Rajang if somebody was slowly progressing through the game. I mean, by the time you get to Rajang, I mean, you've already beaten essentially the game. Literally never punished. Goodbye. Good night. Why is that time outed? Dauntless was freed. So, maybe something. Is Monster Hunter World 2 also cursed? Depends on how you type it. Tried Dauntless the other day. It's like, it's not as bad as you'd think. It's really not. Of all the like the hunting clones out there, where's the review? I haven't had any time. It's June 7th. Why are you up there? You have a history of dodging reviews? Well, we just started. I am doing damage. I'm doing damage, and I am also increasing everyone else's damage. Like, that's damage. I'm doing more damage than everyone else. Job chore simulator games? I feel like you're playing a different game than I did. I didn't feel like there was anything to do in Dauntless but kill monsters. It does want you to log in once a day to get bounties, which I guess is kind of like a thing. FOMO? I don't even know that there's really that much FOMO. Dauntless has fishing. I don't think it does. It's the worst version of Kushala. Probably tempered master rank Kushala. How's Dauntless compared to Tokenin? Tokenin, you barely feel like you're fighting the monsters. Like you're just like trying to master your combos. Dauntless is maybe as close as you get. $10-minute ad break. Well, I can't run 10-minute ad breaks. I can run a 2-minute ads right now. Got some real sickos in chat that like waterboarding people with ads. Where does Soul Sacrifice stand? It's got great music. It's not a very good game. But the music's cool. Jesus, okay, I guess somebody's got it. I don't know what the hell's going on over there. Is it rat gameplay to use Farcasters to restock items? What do you think? It's alright. Back in the day, I used to bring combines for Farcasters so I could run back to the bed and use the bed more. I'm sure that surprises nobody. Rat kick. That was kind of amazing. I'm not planning on getting cart steady for Fatalis. I don't feel like we're gonna need it. Honestly, like, heavy artillery is probably the most important thing to have. After heavy artillery, maybe fire resistance. At least 20. So we're not on fire a bunch. And then after that, just damage. I don't think we're gonna get fireproof. Fireproof would be nice, but I think it's just gonna be like Gilly Mantle and Vitality Mantle. Be cool if one of them cut the tail. I don't think it's gonna happen though. No Fatalis tonight? Probably not. I gotta eat dinner soon. Well, that fire goes pretty far, huh? Why don't I cut the tail? I think it'd be pretty hard for me to do it before they killed him. Oh god. I'm dead. That was it. Oh, very funny. Mega carried streamer. Getting carried. He's gonna die in like 1 second. I am the champ. This guy got stunned so many times. Door stuck guy. I'm not even gonna get the scale. I already know I'm not gonna get the scale. Don't I own some of these? I think some of them are unlocked, they just don't show up. I think that Kieran was a gold crown large. Why is it so hard to get? That took longer than Teostra by myself. No, maybe I was like 25 minutes on Teostra. It felt like that was longer. Mod them in and then don't show the folder. We'll almost definitely get it next time. Am I spamming buttons? I'm holding down the right shoulder button. I'm gonna check our investigations. Oh, well, I got still 6 attempts left. I mean, that's not too bad. All right, I'm leaving. I don't eat dinner. I'm hungry. I mean, this should be finished tomorrow. I mean, we've got a baby Elatrion and a Fatalis left. I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good one. Join the Discord. Hey, check out. There's like some Resident Evil games on sale. Yeah. If you buy games from that, they give me money. They even tell you how much money they give me. But what is it? Resident Evil 6, $7.50. That's a good one. Resident Evil 2 Remake, $16. That's pretty good too. All right, I'm leaving. Goodbye. Goodbye.